additional riders and increased the total length of subways in Toronto to over 10 kilometers. Happy birthday, University Subway. Oh, we have no sound on YouTube, so we will pause. It's on. You can hear me? Anything else I can do? Where does your mic go? We can resume. Thank you, Chrisanne. Commissioners, do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will move on to the approval of minutes. The next item, as I said, is the approval of minutes of January 19th. Can I please have a motion to approve these minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. All those in favor? Carried. I would like to remind you that this is an open meeting. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. Each member has 5 minutes for questions and to speak. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email said motion to the email address that you have been provided with. You have all been provided with appropriate contact information for technical troubleshooting, and staff also have each of your phone numbers should they need to contact you for those technical reasons. We will recess for a lunch break around noon for about half an hour and then reconvene to consider any additional items. Now, in terms of the review of the order paper, first item, I will hold that for a presentation by our CEO, Rick Leary. Item number 2, I will hold this item for a presentation from ACAT Chair Anita Dressler. Item number 3, we have a number of people to speak, so I will hold that as well. Fare modernization is number 4. We have 2 people registered, so I'll hold that as well. Resumption of ticketing. We have 2 people registered to speak, so I'll hold this item. And given that these are external attendees, I would also propose that the order paper be altered to move this item forward to be considered following the ACAP minutes. Can I have someone move that motion for me? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Thank you. Item number 6. We have a number of people registered, so I will hold that item. Item number 7. There was a registered speaker, but that person has withdrawn. Would anyone like to hold it? Can I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendation?
Sorry, it's Commissioner Ainsley. I'd like to hold that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Item number 8. Can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Dragdeo. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item number 9, we have a speaker. I will hold that. Item number 10, the Dundas West second exit entrance. Can I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendations? Commissioner Moyes, thank you. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 11, we have a speaker. I'll hold it. 12, procurement authorization. Can I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendations?
Hold, Commissioner Ainsley.
Okay. Item 13, TTC pension plan appointment, Board of Directors. Can I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendations?
Hold, Councillor Ainsley.
Super.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I think now we're back to the beginning, right?
Yes.
Mr. Larry.
I'm going to say good morning and welcome to our YouTube viewers, as well as today's participants to the board's 3rd meeting of 2023. I want to say welcome Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. Commissioners, as you've heard me say many times, the safety of our employees and customers is top priority for the TTC. Recently, we announced a series of enhancements to our existing safety practices. I want to express my gratitude and that of the entire organization for creating some unparalleled collaborations between the TTC, our partners at the City of Toronto, our unions, and key stakeholders. A detailed report outlining these initiatives is before you today. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge those that are here today. We have Toronto Public Services Staff Superintendent Peter Moreira. Thank you, Peter, and Denise Andrea Campbell, the Executive Director of Social Development for the city, and Gord Tanner, the Director of Homelessness Initiatives and Preventive Services. And they're here to help us today and to answer any questions that you may have regarding that report. Now, earlier this month, the city committed to working with us on additional community safety measures, and they include some of the following. We're providing access to community safety teams who work directly with people experiencing homelessness, security guards to assist in our subway system, and additional street outreach workers. And you've heard of the 80 police officers that have been helping us through our system. We know the safety challenges that we face are very complex. The solutions aren't easy, and we know that they take a multifaceted approach, and we're glad to be part of the ongoing discussions with our city partners. Some of the additional steps that the TTC has taken to enhance safety include some of the following. We've been increasing the presence of special constables and hiring additional special constables. We're adding more station supervisors, chief and mobile supervisors, as well as having our assistant managers and stations to audit security on a regular basis. We're deploying more uniformed staff throughout the system who can contact our transit control directly to assist our customers. And that transit control, as you're well aware, is a direct line to 911 for emergency responses. We're also increasing our streets to homes workers in hotspots in the system to help individuals in need to find supports. We're improving and adding cameras in all of our stations and our vehicles. Our designated waiting areas on all subway platforms have been upgraded and easier to use with two-way communication systems linked directly to TTC staff. Plus, I'll remind everyone that the Safe TTC app is available to report suspicious incidents in real time. So again, I'm grateful to all our partners for the help on this program. In particular, I want to just say that some of the departments within the city, the Shelter, Support and Housing Administration, Social Development, Finance and Administration, the Toronto Police Service, and Toronto Public Health. I'm also deeply thankful to the TTC employees who are going above and beyond their normal duties to make their presence known in the system for the benefit of our customers. Now, this month, the TTC proudly is celebrating Black History Month for the third year in a row. Since the start of February, subway and surface vehicles and TTC properties have been promoting Black History Month through the artwork of numerous talented Torontonian artists. So many thanks to all of them for their participation. And everyone can still enjoy those works across the system. You know, within the TTC, Black History Month featured Black employees and pensioners sharing their thoughts and experiences across the system throughout the month. So I'd like to publicly thank a few of them, if I may, the participants. You know, we had Shane Rose, Shelley Ann Hollingsworth, Clifton Camp, Andrea Valente, Wade Shadow. We have Dwayne Allain, Steve Clark, Emmanuel Antuguin, Joseph Ferris, Wendell Ferris, Alfred Moss, and Elvin Stewart. I thank them for the nice work that they did in all of our 8 locations. You know, now while February is ending, work does not stop, and I look forward to continuing this work as we build a more diverse and inclusive TTC for customers and employees. Commissioner, today's agenda includes a number of key reports on service, safety, and customer experience. Among them, the 2023 Service Alignment Report, which outlines our plans to match service with ridership, and it presents the first of 2 phases of service adjustments that to start on March 26th. And we're presenting these particular changes in keeping with a commitment that we made during the city budget process. As mentioned earlier, we have the Community Safety Issues and Response Report, and it summarizes in detail actions taken to increase safety across our system, as well as resources to support individuals using the TTC for shelter. Now, the resumption of ticketing report update you on the resumption of fear of evasion ticketing in March with new policies and data collection protocols in place. I'm pleased that we're joined here today with many of you remember Arlene Huggins from our outside counsel from Koski-Minsky, as well as we'll have coming shortly is Dr. Kwasi Owubempa from the University of Toronto. There are two experts who have helped guide us in the development of these new policies. You also have before you the Transit Network Expansion Update for information. Now, this is our fifth report on the progress of projects to expand the TTC network over the coming decade, in which a key for the TTC and transit users across the Greater Toronto area. And finally, thank you also, Chair Burnside, for acknowledging the anniversary of the University line. But what I would like to mention is another special anniversary that occurred earlier this month. And I'd like to send out a lot of congratulations to our TTC pensioner, Joe Mahavik Sr., who celebrated his 100th birthday on February 3rd. Now, Joe Sr. is a retired TTC mechanic, and he was on the job at the old Parkdale Garage performing road calls during the Hurricane Hazel when it hit Toronto in 1954. Now, also, Joe's the father of our former TTC Vice Chair, Joe Mahavik. So I want to say happy birthday to Joe Sr., and you can see the nice picture up above. He's also live with Joe. Joe Sr. is a standout example of the skilled, dedicated, and loyal workers at the TTC who deliver and maintain safe, reliable, and punctual service for the people of Toronto. So I just want to say thank you again and congratulations from everyone at the Toronto Transit Commission, sir. And Chair, I'll just remind everyone that our next board meeting is on Thursday, April 13th. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Joe Mahavik, is he here?
Yeah, he's up on the screen.
Up on the screen, there he is. Joe, would you like to say a few words for us?
Sure. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you just give a wave?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and that includes you, Chair Burnside.
Still a good buddy.
My dad, still my buddy. My dad was born in 1923, 2 years after the TTC was formed. He came to Canada as a refugee after World War II. He worked for 36 years at the TTC. I think you could count on one hand how many sick days he took. My family is so grateful to the constant, good, meaningful employment that he had at the TTC. My brothers and sisters are also thankful to the ATU for the scholarships that we got supporting us through our education. My father's story is actually a classic case of an immigrant at the TTC. Work hard, raise your family, do the company and the community good. He did that for a very long period of time through the opening of the Yonge line, the opening of the University line. He worked on those lines and the Bloor-Danforth line as well. One of my proudest moments as a TTC commissioner was in 1998 at my first TTC commission meeting, where he came and honored us and said a few words. In his senior years, he got to see me as a commissioner, and then also my daughter, who worked for a few years on the Eglinton Crosstown for Crosslinks. You know, great cities have great transit systems, and it was an honor for him to have been able to make this contribution. During his retirement, he has put together one album that I'll just show you here, right here, and two books, one in English and one in his native language, Slovenian. He went back to school after retirement. And all these three written works include long chapters on the TTC. It was such an honor a couple of weeks ago when two gentlemen came from the TTC dressed in your classic attire and celebrated with him. So thanks for honoring him that day, and thanks for all the good work that you do. and he might just want to say thank you as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I worked for the company for 36 years. All kinds of work was involved in my movement at TTC. Subway on Bloor Street, Young Street, and so on, just one after the other.
Thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate your taking the time to do this honor.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Joe Senior. That was really wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item. Were there any questions?
Commissioner Ainsley?
Yep.
Sorry, this is questions on the CEO's report?
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, I guess my first question, so there's a chart on page 9, which is average weekly boardings, and it says there's 2.16 million. And then on page 25, there's another chart. There's a section of it, offenses against customers, which is it says 2.5 per 1 million boardings. So my understanding, Mr. Leary, so does that mean there's 5 registered offenses against customers each day on our system? Is my math correct?
Through you, Chair, that is correct, the numbers you're looking at, exactly.
Okay. And so is there an industry, we've had a lot of issues around concerns around safety on the TTC in the past few months. Is 5 per day, I don't know, is there an industry standard, or like, is 5 a lot per day for the number of people that we carry compared to other systems, or is this something that's going on across North America?
Through the chair, 5 is too many. Prior to the pandemic, the number per day was much lower than that, and it's one of the reasons that prompted our work around the community safety. It's difficult to do a comparison system by system, but comparing to pre-pandemic, we see the numbers increased quite a bit and stayed high during the pandemic.
So if you looked at, February 2020, February 2019, do you know by comparison how many we were having per day then, pre-COVID?
Oh, sorry, through the chair, it would have been less than 1 per day.
Less than 1 per day. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then on page 13 of the report, it said customer satisfaction is 77%. And then there's an associated chart with it. How do we get it to 77% customer satisfaction?
Through the chair, we're regularly surveying our customers monthly as to their satisfaction rates. We ask them to rank their experience in taking TTC over the last 30 days. So recent transit experience, we're asking them to think about and comment on their satisfaction with that trip. And at the same time, we're asking them to comment on how proud they are of the TTC and whether they would recommend the TTC, and that's the Net Promoter Scores. They're asked this question a number of different ways each month for that feedback, and it's tracked, so it's where you look at the trend, how it compares month over month.
So do you send an online survey? I take the TTC on a regular basis. I've never been asked about my customer satisfaction. Like, how does that get done?
Additional customer panel up to a couple of years ago, and it represented about 50 customers, and while they were very knowledgeable about the TTC, they weren't representing a broad metric. So we've expanded our customer panel to 1,000 customers. They've registered with us, provided demographics. So when we do surveying, we're able to understand not only their satisfaction levels, but the demographics behind them as well. So we're certainly welcome others to join the panel and participate in the surveying that we do too.
Okay, all right. And then on page 18, there's a section about on-time performance for buses. One of the things that I find, so, if I take the bus in Scarborough, I stand at the bus stop, there's the number I can text on the pillar that tells me what time my bus is going to show up. And they seem fairly accurate in Scarborough. In downtown Toronto, I find it the opposite. For example, I recently tried to take a bus on Bay Street outside of City Hall, and I texted the number on the pole, and it said I had a 30-minute wait for a bus. And then I looked up, and the bus was coming up Bay Street. And when I got on and I showed the text message to the driver, and he said to me, "Oh, that system's not reliable in downtown Toronto." And I know that there was an app that I was using up until December that was discontinued. So I'm trying to understand about on-time performance, how that gets measured, because even using the texting mechanism, there seems to be a lot of discrepancy about where I am in Toronto.
Through you, Chair, I'm going to take this. So the councillor, we actually on the service report have a presentation that will outline for you the way we're using data now that outlines the on-time performance specifically, and it breaks down the different categories that we're reviewing.
Okay, all right. And then, sorry, my last question, it was around the diversity chart that was explaining or outlining the diversity amongst our operator hires. Do we have anything like that, management numbers for, senior management, middle management? Do we have any numbers for that? Does that get tracked?
Through the chair. So can you hear me? Yes, so through the chair.
Yes.
Last year was our first year to look at providing additional insights through data. We work with an external firm, UDG, and we're actually in the midst of expanding our offering with that vendor to include more internal stats, which will include senior leadership representation.
Okay, all right. Now, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just my last question. On page 27, where it's mask uses on the TTC, are we counting people, physically counting people at some point? Like, how are you determining mask usage on the TTC?
Through the chair? Yes, actually, we are visibly monitoring people throughout our network. Each week, we do about 30,000 customer observations and understand whether customers are bringing masks and whether they're wearing them properly. And this was something that was started early during the pandemic, and we're continuing to monitor as the environment changes.
And how many employees are we using to do that count? Sorry, I can't hear you.
My apologies on the mic. It takes about 8 employees, 1 day a week.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And through you, Chair, if I could, I didn't clearly answer one of the questions for the Commissioner. It is true that you've heard that many major transit systems throughout North America are having the challenges that we are having today. This is not just a Toronto challenge. So I apologize, sir.
Okay, all right. That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Leary.
Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley. Were there any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me. Just looking at the report, I think it's page 20, I wondered if I could have staff's comments to help me understand, and this is the ridership data, to be clear. Interestingly enough, it says streetcar demand, on the other hand, has reached 55% for the week ending January 14th from a high of 59%. I guess the macro question is, why are the ridership numbers so different on the different modes of travel? So 77% is what the bus was at, and the streetcar is at 55, and I guess the subway number is somewhere else in there. So if there's big differences in these modes, how are we using that information in our planning? What does that mean for us?
Through the chair. So that's an excellent question. So the way that we've structured our, apologies, I think that's, so the way that we structure our service planning and scheduling is based on these numbers. So we're seeing differences, and we've always seen differences in the riderships on different modes. And we use this information, so the presentation that you'll see later on this morning that walks through our service planning for different modes will make adjustments based on where we're seeing our customers use the most modes. So obviously, throughout the whole pandemic, we've seen buses be the workhorse for our system, and we've seen less ridership on streetcar and subway. And the analysis that we've done and what we know about our customers, typically it's our office workers that are on the subway, and that's why we've seen a drop in ridership on that mode versus the bus mode.
So are there office workers predominantly on the streetcar as well, or how do I understand why that's at 55% compared to the subway, which I think is a little higher? I'm struggling to find that number, but I'm sure it's in here.
So through the chair, so the majority of what we're seeing, our customers that are on the mode of streetcar and subway are mostly remote workers, and that's why you see the fluctuation between streetcar, subway versus the buses.
Do people in different geographies of the city use the TTC less? Because, I mean, I guess it's not an exact science, but the streetcar is a very important surface route within the, not the inner core, but the second core of the city, right? Between the suburbs and the most dense areas. And those go north and south, and they go east and west. I would have thought that that was also locally serving as opposed to just office workers. Help me understand that.
So through the chair, so what you're seeing with the distribution of our streetcar network, it's serving mostly the downtown and our office workers, the financial district. We've seen the patterns of ridership where throughout the whole pandemic be really mostly our shift workers, essential workers that are going to destinations that are not necessarily the downtown core, and that's why you see the ridership fluctuate between streetcar and subway, and a higher ridership on bus, where a lot of our essential workers, shift workers are needed to get to suburban workplaces. Factory workers need to get to those workplaces. They're not in the downtown core.
I guess the last question is, when we considered this in the budget and in the upcoming report, the broad category was that the least number of service reductions, reduced hours, I should be a little more precise. The least number of reduced service hours were in the bus category. The next category was the streetcar. And the final category was the subway. That seemed to, I recall, that had the most number of hours, the highest percentage. Yet, the streetcar use is the lowest compared to the subway, so we seem to have flipped those reductions. They're not a match. Why did we do that? Why did we, if the, maybe another way to put it, if the ridership percentage is the lowest on the streetcar, why would that not have been the place where we reduced the most number of hours?
So through the chair, so what you're seeing is we are adjusting our service to match what we are projecting for our ridership to be at the year end.
Okay.
And so what we have a lot more flexibility to add service on subways. So that's the reason why you've seen a little bit more reduction on the subway. So if there is a need, we can add more trains back. It's harder to do that on surface transit. And so that's why you see slightly incremental adjustments on streetcar and buses versus the subway, because we have a lot more flexibility and tolerance in the system to do more with subway than we do with surface transit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Chair, it's Ron Lalonde. I'd like a quick question, please.
Okay, I'll put you, I think it was Commissioner Osborne first, and then you next, Commissioner Lalonde.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question, and it's from page 7 in the CEO's report. and it's about the bus pilot improving on-time performance. And in that pilot, it says that you have put street supervisors at either end of the route. And this has gotten some real results. And I was just struck by it because I would have thought it would be all the bits in the middle that cause the on-time performance problems, not having somebody at the end. And I'm just curious as to what's happened there, why that has borne fruit for us.
I'll take that through you, Chair. What we've been doing is working with the new CAD AVL system in the control center regarding what are the icons that the control center will look at while the buses are in the field. And what we're looking at is trying to get the culture of on-time performance, leaving the ends in the parameters that we've established. And while we're working on the CAD AVL system, we've been moving 8 to 10 supervisors, putting them on 5 or 6 different routes, moving them to different routes to establish that relationship with frontline operators and make sure we're educating everybody on what we're trying to do for the reliability of the system. Because eventually the intent would be to have the control center be able to monitor everything regarding on-time performance.
So is this largely just getting the frontline people more aware of,
Yes.
of this? Okay, that's good. 'Cause
Establishing that frontline relationship.
yeah, it's really important. Like, this is over every single month. What is the biggest irritant for our customers? This wins by a landslide. So I'm really, really pleased to see that we're getting some results on this. So, yeah.
You'll see a presentation shortly that Lawrence is going to give regarding how he's managing all the
Okay.
the new data that we have.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lalonde?
Thank you, Chair. Quick question on ridership, slide 10 in the deck. Is this calculated by observed ridership or is it calculated by paid ridership? Because the numbers could be significantly different given the data we've seen on the fare evasion.
Through the chair. This is through observation of customers on board. So it's not paid ridership. It is using APC. Every time a customer steps on board and disembarks a bus, we're implementing APC on streetcar as well. And then on trains, we're not relying only on Faregate and Presto. We're also on line 1 relying on ballast system to understand how many customers are on board our trains as well.
Thank you. So just a quick follow-up. Does that give us then data on the difference between observed ridership and paid ridership as well?
There's lots of differences between paid ridership and boardings. Boardings are very important for service planning, and that's why we're looking to find different ways to really understand how many customers are making use of each of our modes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to speakers. Any speakers? No? Okay, can I have a motion to receive the CEO's report? Commissioner Osborne, thank you. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Item number 2, there's been a last-minute conflict with our ACAT chair, so I'm going to hold that, and then we'll move on to the item number 5, which was the resumption of ticketing. I believe we have a couple speakers.
Thank you. Our first speaker on the item is Adam Colquhoun. Our first speaker is Adam Colquhoun. Go ahead, Adam. Adam Colquhoun, please go ahead.
Hey, this is Adam Colquhoun. What I wanted to say on this issue is, as a person with a disability, it's become very unclear to me as what my responsibility. Sorry, I've got to just turn down the volume on my Alexa. Turn off the TV.
Okay.
What the main concern I have as a disabled person is getting on the vehicles, right? It's easier and faster for me to not try and stop and tap my fare. It's a lot easier when I'm taking conventional transit just to pull off and park. Now, I'm wondering, are the fare inspectors going to be understanding of the situation where my Presto card is dangling down? If their little console can help me pay my fare, that's great. But I don't want to hear situation showing up in the media where ableism has come into play, where people with disabilities are being unfairly ticketed in systematic ways to get them to stop using these conventional transit routes and relying on Wheel-Trans when we know that TTC and Wheel-Trans are working to encourage more of us to use the conventional system, but the conventional system has not been designed with all the accessibility features to properly let somebody like me pay easily, because with the Presto design, you do have to physically tap. And so this is a major concern for me on this issue. I'd also like to mention that, and this is my final quick point, is in the fare modernization report, you've already admitted that there are mistakes in that report in availability of tokens and fare media. So I do believe that there are going to be communities where there are issues to accessing fare media, and it is going to make it harder for some individuals in some communities to get the proper fares. And end of my thoughts on this subject.
Thank you, Adam. Do we have any questions? Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
Next speaker is Colby Badwar. Go ahead, Colby.
Am I audible?
Yes, Colby, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. In February 2019, the Auditor General delivered a report to the board on fare evasion. Her team assessed an evasion rate of 3.7% on subway, 5.1 on bus, 15.2 on streetcar, for an overall weighted average of 5.4%. This equated to a revenue loss of $60.7 million, plus $3.4 million losses due to malfunctioning Presto equipment. The AG assessed this total annual revenue loss of $64 million as being understated, though. This was confirmed by the TTC's own fare evasion study conducted in November 2019 and reported to the board in February 2020, which estimated losses of $73.5 million. One of the key findings from the AG's report was that, quote, fare inspectors lack authority in fare enforcement. She went on to explain that many passengers appeared to know that if they walked away from a fare inspector, there was nothing that the fare inspector could do about it. In one instance, we observed that a passenger became aggressive and the inspector de-escalated appropriately, but could not issue the ticket, even though it was obvious that the passenger had evaded fare. During some of our observations, we requested the presence of both TFIs, transit fare inspectors, or transit enforcement officers. When the special constables were not present, the fare inspectors did not always receive the same level of respect, and many times it was more challenging to receive cooperation from passengers to show their identification. There were also more passengers who walked away from being inspected when transit enforcement officers were not present, end quote. This has been evident since the current fare inspection model was started as a pilot project in September 2015. The uniform and equipment of TFIs does not convey a sense of authority, which is critical to achieving compliance. The board at the time wanted TFIs to look more quote-unquote customer friendly, and unsurprisingly, many passengers treat them as powerless customer service agents rather than law enforcement officers. This non-compliance problem persists and has likely gotten worse. In 2020, due to the pandemic, there was a dramatic reduction in inspections by TFIs, only 700,000 compared to 2.2 million in 2019. Inspections were suspended altogether from April to August. When they resumed for the last 4 months of the year, the evasion rate on streetcars was found to be at 15.7%. Recall that the AG had assessed this number to be 15.2, and the TTC's own study found it to be 15.9. This new report is claiming that after 3 whole years of no tickets being issued to fare evaders, the evasion rate has actually dropped to 13%. This is beyond absurd. The inspection rate in 2022 is a mere fraction of what it was in 2019, so it's clear that the TTC's data is extremely poor due to the small sample size. 13% is not a credible number. If it was 16% in 2019 and the fraction of inspections performed result in no enforcement actions, then the evasion is logically much higher now than it was before. The true magnitude of the problem must be uncovered, and increasing the inspection rate is the first step towards that. Solving the problem requires a different approach, though. Customers have learned that fare inspectors are powerless to enforce fare payment. I will have some suggestions on some needed changes to the enforcement model that I'll speak about later, but ultimately these may be inadequate. It may be necessary to just phase out TFIs completely in favor of more marginally expensive but vastly more cost-effective special constables. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the speaker? Thanks, Colby. Do we have any other speakers, or is that it?
You're welcome.
Any questions of staff from the board?
Yeah, Commissioner Ainsley?
Sure, Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you. So in part of the report, it said that I guess the fare evasion rate is at 13%, and it's been I don't want to say flatline, but it's at about 13%. And with the measures that we're taking or putting in place, it's going to remain at 13%. Am I understanding that?
Through the chair, during the pandemic, we actually amended the manner in which the calculation was developed for fare evasion metrics, and this is streetcar data only. So the current information is based on fare inspections and the data reported on a daily basis based on customer interactions. So currently, our metrics are indicating 13% on streetcars, correct?
Sorry, it's just 13% on streetcars?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the overall average for the system?
We are conducting inspections primarily only on streetcars at this time, which is why we don't have reported metrics for subway, and we do not conduct inspections on buses.
Okay. And so in total, we're going to have 120 inspectors. Is that number? I was having some trouble around trying to figure out how many inspectors are actually, because it talks about 120 inspectors at one point, and then it says there's going to be 250 body cameras.
The body cameras number
I'm trying to figure out how many.
Also included the special constables. There's approximately 110 available positions for fare inspectors, of which we have approximately 20 to 30 vacancies that we are actively working on filling, including an upcoming recruiting class.
So sorry, total fare inspectors are going to be 110 across the system?
110, correct.
Okay. And then, so 250 cameras is going to be for fare inspectors and special constables?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And special constables, are they going to be looking for fare invaders?
Through the chair.
Or is it just?
Through the chair, the focus currently for special constables is not on enforcing fares. That will primarily continue to be the work of the fare inspectors. However, we are staying agile with our fare enforcement process and strategy, and if necessary, a special constable can still issue a ticket. They have the authority to do so.
Okay. And then the auditor's report had, I believe, 27 recommendations. How many recommendations do we have outstanding?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact number of outstanding recommendations. However, we are actively working on updates with respect to the outstanding ones. Some are larger and may require some infrastructure changes. However, we're still working through that listing, and we have implemented a number of key items, including which is outlined in the report, changing the tone of child Presto cards as an example, which has had considerable impact.
Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to understand the Auditor General 27 recommendations about our fare invasion process, but you're not sure if we have them all fully implemented, but we're being asked to, ramp the fare invasion process back up. Is that correct?
So through the chair, we are actively working on the AG recommendations. As Amrita shared, the substantive one was working on reducing the issues with fraud and the child Presto card, which we have corrected in 2021 and working on that issue. We are regularly reporting to the AG on the progress of those 27 recommendations. And I believe that there will be a report coming out shortly with our update on how we are progressing on those items.
Okay, and then the section around camera data, the data that's collected through those 250 cameras, does that remain within the that data? Does that remain within the confines of the TTC, or is it stored somewhere, by a private security company? Who maintains the integrity of that data?
My understanding is that it's a third-party company that retains the information and the data from the cameras. However, I can advise that this item will be back to the board in May for a much more detailed overview.
Okay, before it's actually put in place?
Through the chair.
Implemented?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. And then
You're at 5 minutes.
I guess the other thing I was trying to...
Can we make this your final question? You're
Sorry,
over
Mr.
5 minutes, thanks.
Sure. Okay, and the section on moving onboard inspectors, can you explain how that works? So they get on in one streetcar, they work their way through the streetcar, they get off, and then they wait for the next streetcar? Or how does that work as opposed to the... GO Train, for example, where they work from one end of the train to the other. Is it the same style of inspections?
Through the chair, generally they would work together in pairs. So two fare inspectors at either a section or the entirety of a streetcar. Primarily they're working in sections. So two would start at one end of the section, two at the other, and they would meet in the middle to ensure that they're equitably inspecting fares for all passengers.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Chair, there's no clock online, so
No worries.
I have a hard time telling
not at all.
where I am time-wise.
No worries.
My apologies. Thank you.
No, thank you. Commissioner Moyes, do you have a and then Commissioner Holiday after you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley asked a few of my questions already, so I'll just skip over some of those. So how much does a body camera cost? I think you mentioned that we're purchasing 250 of those.
Through the chair, unfortunately, I don't have the exact numbers. As I mentioned, we will be coming back in the month of May to the board to provide a much more detailed and comprehensive overview. I don't at this time have the costing information available.
Okay. And the TTC fare inspectors, so you said that they're only going to be on streetcars, is that correct?
Through the chair, once we resume ticketing, we will also be strategically targeting key subways entries as well.
So I have an issue trying to understand, why do we need body cameras? Because we have cameras on streetcars, we have cameras on the subway. Why do we need to spend X amount of dollars on body cameras for our inspectors? I mean, we have police, but go ahead, answer the question.
Through the chair, my understanding is that the body-worn cameras was one recommendation from one of the Auditor General reports, and specifically with the goal to increase public confidence, transparencies, and address concerns related to discriminatory service delivery. And so the idea would be that by recording video and having audio evidence of fare inspectors and special constables executing their duty, it would contribute to that public accountability.
Okay. So it says here that you're predicting that to recover $6 million from as a result of these fare evaders, you would call them that, and you recoup it from these, I guess, from ticketing. How much do we lose from fare invaders a year?
Through the chair, my understanding is that there is no one method today of calculating exactly what revenue losses through fare evasion. And so it's a number of factors that would be considered, including Presto data. Thank you. Including Presto data and passenger count, as well as the fare inspection data that we're leveraging. So the assumption for the $6 million is that we would return back to a pre-pandemic level of fare evasion rates, and we would be able to effectively reduce through means such as ticketing and education, and encouraging and resetting social norms to perhaps correct passenger behavior, whereby people may have become into a pattern of not paying their fares. And so the idea here would be that by the presence of additional fare inspectors, that would drive down that metric, and we would get closer to that $6 million in additional revenue.
And that's quite an assumption you're making, but okay. So you may not be able to answer this question, but there's a lot of people with mental health and those who are underhoused in the system, and we know that there a large percentage of those that are not paying to get on the system. How do you feel that? How do you think that their interaction with the fare inspector will impact their behavior?
Through the chair, part of the training that fare inspectors undergo includes de-escalation and ensuring that they can avail an individual with the resources that are available. And I know there will be a report a little bit later on some of the safety and security measures available throughout the system, including streets to homes workers, including having special constables attend to a scene if they need additional support. And so as well, there's a discretionary training that fare inspectors undergo, all to try to equip them with as much as possible to assist passengers, including those experiencing needing mental health supports.
Okay. So I'm just gonna ask this. So why use a hammer when you could use something else? I mean, like, for example, why not hire more TCC ambassadors rather than having fare inspectors? I mean, wouldn't an ambassador perform? For me, in my mind, I'm thinking, it's really the presence of TTC staff on the system, right? And having an ambassador there, perhaps helping people, would actually perhaps reduce or mitigate fare evaders. Why do you choose this method instead of another method?
That was your final question.
Through the chair, so we've done an extensive amount of work for the last 3 years on really getting our fare inspectors to the appropriate training, And we've done a lot of internal work. So we've worked on our policy so that we can rebrand ourselves, so that we are approachable, and that we're not intimidating our customers. And in fact, we've invited external council as well as University of Toronto professors to really chime in and hold us accountable to the work that we've done. We have Arlene Huggins, who's on the line right now, who can speak more in detail about the work that we've been doing, both internally, working with our diversity group internally, to ensure that we kind of address the concerns that you've just raised.
Thank you, Commissioner Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. Just two sort of lines of questioning, but the first one I'm going to ask, can someone just tell me what happens when a fare inspector stops someone and detects that they have not paid a fare? What do they do? What's the first step? Do they write a ticket? Do they get them to pay? What are the outcomes?
Through the chair, their primary objective is to really provide education to customers, and also offering the opportunity to pay at that moment. Once it's been uncovered that the person has not paid their fare, the first approach really is to offer an opportunity to go to a terminal on a subway and to be able to tap their Presto card immediately at that moment. And I would suggest that assists and supports our fare recovery in the most immediate fashion, allowing people to pay and hopefully also resetting behavior to ensure that they understand the importance of paying moving forward. So it's a large education effort, an informational effort, but also an opportunity at that moment to allow for some fare recovery.
So they are sent on their way once they pay?
Correct.
Well, then what's the point?
Through the chair, that's one of the reasons why we're suggesting that this is the right time to resume ticketing, to avail fare inspectors of another avenue, and to also ensure that the public is aware that ticketing is resuming. There are consequences for intentionally not paying fare when you're on the TTC.
Okay, so what prompts an officer to give a ticket?
Through the chair, there is a process by which we provide training to fare inspectors on using discretion. So there's a number of factors that could be considered before issuing a ticket, including the dialogue and discussion with a customer on whether they understand the Presto system. There could be a variety of factors, including a person's ability to pay, perhaps language barriers, perhaps them being a tourist to the city. So there's a number of factors that a fare inspector would take into consideration before issuing a ticket.
But we can expect that some tickets will be issued, especially if we're trying to achieve compliance.
Through the chair, sorry, I don't understand the question.
To be clear, we should expect to see some tickets issued.
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, so people will understand that, they'll get the message that, okay. If somebody doesn't pay their fare, are they told to leave?
Through the chair, my understanding is that a ticket could be issued. I don't think necessarily that a fare inspector would escort an individual off of the streetcar.
Does the fare inspector at least...
Wants to sort of help.
I'm sorry, yeah.
If I could, Councilor, through you, Chair, because I've been out many times with the fare inspectors. They do a real nice job. What they will do, if they walk up to somebody, they'll ask to see their Presto card. They actually have the ability to look back at how many previous taps and when they tapped. Because people can make a mistake going by and tap and getting on, and they'll actually look at the previous 5 taps and go, yep, you tapped this morning, right? And the person will go, I did tap, and it can happen.
Right.
But they'll also ask the person, when was the last time you tapped? And go, this morning. And they can look back and see it was previous, right? So they really focus on those that can pay, right? They're trying to avoid paying. A person with, language barriers, they help them out. They do a real nice job. And that's really the focus, is the equipment they have really helps them do their job when they're collecting the fares.
If someone says not paying, are they at least asked to leave?
That's correct, they are. When they go up, not everybody pays and nobody ever can. Most of the time, people just get off at the next stop and walk away.
Understood. And I understood there'll be situations where somebody is not going to pay, and that's different. I mean,
Yes.
that could become extreme.
Yes.
But we're at the basics here of you get caught, the officer has some discretion to figure out whether there was an error made or what's happened. Some cases, a ticket could be issued, and if somebody still refuses to pay, do I at least have comfort that they are told that they must leave?
They've been asked to leave, that's correct.
Okay, very, very helpful. I don't have a lot of time. The last question I'll have is just, we do collect metrics on this, I assume, and we do have goals, do we not? Because that was one of the Auditor General's requirements, was goals.
Through the chair, yes, we do have a goal for overall vision to get down to below 6%.
Okay. And I can ask for some reporting on that. You can bring me information on that.
We will continue to report on this to the board.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdale.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, fare evasion, massive issue. If we can find ways to reduce that and get to that 6%, that'd be fantastic. But the resumption of fare, or the resumption of ticketing, also presents some potential social concerns. And I know that in our 2001 report, we talked about some populations being overrepresented in ticketing in fare evasion situations, obviously predominantly Black and Indigenous people. And though activities around fare evasion and ensuring that we've dealt with that are important, it's also important to try and figure out what solutions or strategies we're going to be implementing to reduce some of those issues. And you know, I was reading the report, and I know that we've got some of our UFT experts and professors on the line, and maybe it's worth hearing from them very briefly, but understanding how we ensure that there is some accountability to the fare evasion officers, because you can have a focus group, you can have all the training in the world, but it doesn't necessarily imply that there's going to be execution. So 2 questions, how are we going to ensure that accountability? And then the second question is, and maybe it's more commentary or talking about it, but what are some of the high-level things or high-level activities that we're now seeing change happen toward when it comes to the evasion? And I know we haven't really resumed it, so it's kind of hard to put into practice, but maybe we can provide some commentary on that.
Through the chair, I would like to ask Arlene Huggins to speak to that, please.
Thank you. Just to answer that question, and in the midst of that, answering a question of an earlier commentary about why there are not more special constables undergoing ticket evasion. There have been reports about the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous, especially in ticketing activities, and one of the things that we're focusing on and that we have worked with this group, myself and the professors and others, is this issue of data collection. The accountability and the data collection piece is a major addition to the ticketing activities that will help the TTC address this very issue. It's been designed very carefully and strategically to allow fare inspectors to do their jobs, but at the same time collect data on who is being ticketed, what stage, and to monitor the exercise of discretion. Discretion is necessary for systems such as this to be able to determine and try to determine the accidental fare evasion or inability to pay with intentional conduct and misconduct. And so that's an incremental part of the process. However, the data collection holds the TTC accountable as to how that exercise of discretion is being dealt with. So, and with respect to the question about ambassadors, that was key to how the special constables and fare inspector reorganization that occurred in 2021. The emphasis on service, the emphasis on helping customers, including helping them to pay. That's critical. So the education piece, the ambassador piece is built into the new system. The reorganization of both these groups, fare inspectors and special constables. So that fare inspection ambassador type relationship was key to the training that the fare inspectors received, and so the idea is to help people pay efficiently and with accountability.
Thank you, Arlene. That was very helpful. Commissioner Dale, do you have any other questions? I put your time on hold, so you have some more time.
Yeah, no other questions, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Were there any further questions? Okay, I have a couple of my own. I think as relates to Commissioner Ainsley's question about the AG, will we be able to get an update about regarding the number of recommendations that have been addressed and that we're addressing for the next meeting?
Through you, Chair, that's correct. We'll bring that back in, can we bring that back in April?
Through the chair, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And I know, and back to Commissioner Moyes' question about people experiencing homelessness and using discretion. Would it be your, so I think it's to, well, I don't, whoever wants to answer it, of course. Would it be your understanding that folks experiencing homelessness would be treated in a different and more compassionate way? That is, not being issued tickets, recognizing that there's, even forgetting compassion, let's just talk about futility, right? That there's no ability to pay, so that would not be a route that would be the TTC personnel would go down. Is that kind of a safe assumption to make?
Correct. I think that's one of the cornerstones of the discretion that the fare inspectors are undertaking through the training that they receive, is to really assess an individual's ability to pay and their circumstances prior to issuing a ticket. Also, as we mentioned previously, making sure that they can provide the supports available throughout the system to individuals and make sure that they're connected as immediately as possible.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. This goes back to Colby's question in terms about the authority to actually get folks to identify themselves and to actually being able to issue that ticket. When these fare inspectors, are they going out, whether they're by themselves or with another fare inspector, are they essentially going out just as fare inspectors, or are you tacking on a special constable who does have the authority to require someone to identify themselves?
Through the chair, and I know this topic will come up a little bit later today, currently the fare inspectors have been supporting some of our safety and visibility efforts. And in addition to that, once ticketing resumes, fare inspectors will primarily be focusing on inspections. They have the ability to call a special constable team for support and backup if they would need to. However, currently special constables are not focused primarily on ticketing. So to answer your question, typically they would go out, the fare inspectors in teams together. And we have predetermined deployments that really meet the needs that we're identifying throughout the system, and they would go out as fare inspector teams in groups, and as I mentioned, would contact special constables if and when needed.
Right, but I would back to my word, I guess, of the day, futility. The futility of calling a special constable when you're talking to an individual who won't identify themselves. By the time the special constable gets there, I mean, you know, you could be halfway across the city. So is there any effort to collect data in terms of the number of people who refuse to identify themselves? Like, it would be helpful, I see this not as an endpoint, but maybe more of a work in progress, that back to this whole data thing, that we're collecting data on how many people actually have been determined not to have paid, how many actually get off, how many refuse to identify themselves. Is this part of the data collection that you plan to do?
Through the chair, yes it is, and it's what we do currently. So, you know, while we're not ticketing right now, we have been inspected, and that data we have been collecting and will continue to collect as we go forward.
Including people who refuse to identify themselves?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. Then, I know you mentioned about a change of metrics, and I think this was back to Colby's question. In 2019, the estimate, I believe, was back to the overall system, but it might have been streetcars, so correct me if I'm wrong. We were talking about 16% fare evasion, and now we're talking about 13%.
out streetcar data only, and previously, my understanding is that the metrics were not as refined. Today, the data that we're collecting on streetcars includes the number of individuals who, when inspected their Presto data, have not paid, as well as Angela mentioned, some of the other data, including those who then did pay once given the opportunity and had an interaction with the fare inspectors.
So you're confident that the methodology now is more accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And is 2022 now your baseline? Is like, when did you start this new methodology?
Correct. The new methodology started in 2022.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for questions. Would anyone like to speak? No, I'll go. I just was trying to gather everyone. So Commissioner Holiday first, then Commissioner Moise. Anyone online that would like to speak? Commissioner Ainsley. No, you're okay. So Commissioner Holiday, Moise, and then Ainsley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do wish to present a motion. I think I'm okay to do this. Do I need a seconder? I'll take your guidance on that. I think it's relatively.
You definitely haven't been here long, because you're asking the wrong person.
So I'll present my motion. It is really quite simple, that the TTC board requests the CEO to accurately measure and report the fare evasion rate against the achievement of targets within each CEO's report. And really what I'm asking for is to bring the information to us more frequently and on a basis that the board can observe. The key pieces in here are, what's happening and what the target is. I'm of the firm belief that this is something that the board should be treating important and looking for progress on, and specifically around those targets. This, by the way, was taken out of the recommendations from the Auditor General's report, so I suspect that this work is ongoing. I've given some thought to a lot of what we've seen in the media about how people have expressed their feelings about riding the TTC, their sense of security. I've talked to family, I've talked to others. I've thought of myself even as a rider, and what do I need to feel good about riding on the TTC? I don't know, I'd love to have a poll in the room of how many people have seen someone evade fare. I mean, I think of a little while ago, a young guy literally timed his steps at the gate so that he could rush right through and beat the fare. And it's frustrating. I have the sense that this is the clear path of something that we need to do as an organization to address, because it links to so many other things. Everyone has a civic duty to participate in the TTC system as a rider, right? You conduct yourself in an organized manner, you get along with other riders, you follow the rules, you do everything you can to have a successful trip. Sometimes people go outside of that, and I'm worried that we've built a subculture within the city that just doesn't feel that the rules apply, or they don't want to follow them. I understand there's going to be, instances of people that are in dire circumstances and they find themselves in a situation, but I'm not focusing on them today. I'm talking about the people that just think it's okay not to pay. And, I'm going to beat the man, I'm going to beat the government. But what they're really doing is stealing from other riders and stealing from citizens in the city. But here's the thing. I learned this during the pandemic as a counselor. I used to get calls during lockdowns of people so angry and so frustrated. My neighbor's having a party. You got to do something about it. This person wasn't wearing a mask in the lobby. You need to deal with it. Someone's using that park equipment over there. And I think what it was, to get behind the feelings of people, was that so many people sacrificed during that period and gave up things with this idea of a broader civic duty to make everything work to get through a pandemic. And it made them really upset that somebody else was being selfish and they were cheating it. And that caused them to have less confidence in the system and in the government. And meanwhile, the people in the government are working really hard to try to do enforcement. But they can only be in so many places and so many times. I think the same thing is true with fare evasion, because we've all seen it. We've all seen instances of it, and I think we understand the difference of somebody that has wandered their way in because they're in some really difficult circumstances, and somebody that's just beating the system because they can. And yet, I paid my fare that morning. It cost me money. It cost me money to go back home. I did my part, so why does this person get away with it and why don't I? And, you had a great day riding the TTC until you got burned because somebody else didn't pay their fare, and you leave angry. So I think it's so important that we do this. I'm surprised we haven't started yet so far. So it's my intention to signal my support as a commissioner, as a member of this board, that I support staff in their efforts to go out and conduct inspections, and where they need to do it, issue the tickets. But more so, I hope you'll support the motion. I think we need line of sight on this at the board. I think we need to see progress. I think we need to see goals. If it's 13%, maybe the next goal is 12%. I'll leave that to the CEO and his wisdom about, where we go. But I think the public needs to see progress on this. I know it's going to take work to report it. I appreciate it. But I think this is the catalyst for the change that we need to restore a sense of order and confidence in the system. So I hope you'll support that. I hope you'll join me in supporting staff in doing the work that they need to do to get back on track with the $61 million, 13%. It needs to change. Thank you.
Thanks, Dudette. Anyone have any questions? No. Next speaker then, Commissioner Moyes.
Thank you. I'm going to look at this a little differently than my colleague here, Councillor Halliday. It's my third meeting of the TTC, and the first meeting or the second meeting, I don't remember anymore. We talked about a 10 cents single fare increase. We talked about a reduction in service. We talked about increase of violence in the TTC. It's well documented, we all know what that is. We know that people who take the TTC, a lot of people who take the TTC are people who are marginalized, who work 3 jobs, who just, it's an essential service for them, right? It's the way to get to the doctor or to work, and take their kids to school, so on and so forth. I've always had trouble too when I hear that, for example, when a fare evader, for example, is fined, I think, $400+, if they evade the TTC. But yet, when I park my car downtown and the meter expires, I get a $30 ticket. So for me, equity is always front of mind for me as to why do I get a $30 fine and a TTC evader is paid $400 charge. So again, I just feel that there are different ways to incentivize people to actually pay the fare. I feel people, and I speak as a Torontonian when I say this because I take the transit myself. You feel that you're getting less for more, right? And so there is a sense, there's a disconnect out there. People feel they're being taken advantage of. Their concern don't matter, and I feel that's why they perhaps evade the system. Perhaps if we use other methods rather than the hammer, work with people, talk to people, give them incentives to actually take the system rather than the opposite. So I really don't feel that the way forward that we're looking at today is the right approach. I mentioned about ambassadors in my comments earlier, having them spread out throughout the system, greeting people, helping people, providing customer service to people. Those are the ways that you get people to pay their fare, right? And as a small business owner myself, I know customer service is the key. People keep coming back to my business because I provide great customer service to them. And they feel welcome, and they want to come back. So I feel, no matter how big or small a system is, be it a TTC or a small business in the city, provide the best customer service that you can. And I'll stop. And this is why, really, I cannot vote in favor of this recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to thank staff for this report. 12 pages long, and a lot of information in 12 pages that takes a lot of time to digest. The recommendation that's before us today is to receive this report for information. And at this point, as I think the chair said, fair ticketing, fair evasion, it's a work in progress. And based on that and the information before us today, I'm not really comfortable in voting to receive this for information. I have a lot of concerns around fair evasion ticketing. They started pre-COVID. When we looked at numbers pre-COVID around the number of people, I saw one report, the number of people that rode the TTC and paid their fares, it was roughly 90, I believe, close to 98%, which I think is an amazing number based on everyday usage of 2.16 million rides. When we talk about a revenue protection strategy, which is, it says right in the report, dependent on building a fair, compliant culture through key parts, a culture shift towards fair compliance, which I think was being done very well pre-COVID, a reset of social norms to disrupt negative customer behavior, educating our customers and emphasizing the importance of tapping and paying proper fares while providing equitable service to all transit users. And when we look at those three planks or parts of the revenue protection strategy, we've heard from our staff that our revenue agents, they go out of their way almost to convince people they need to tap before they get a ticket. They remove the person as the last resort. I think they're doing an excellent job of getting people to understand they need to pay their fare. Charging somebody up to $425 for not paying their fare. And it mentions in another part of the report, that's not done all the time. There's lesser, fines that people can receive. And I think that's great. This is just kind of focused in on streetcars. I don't ride the streetcar a lot. I'll admit I'm a resident of Scarborough. I spend a lot more time on the subway and TTC buses. But for whatever reasons, I see fare evasion happening on a regular basis on our buses, on the subway. It's happening. Maybe it's part of that 2% we talked about that was mentioned pre-COVID. But I think as we look at other issues that we have before us today, the biggest one is getting people back on the TTC. And I think, the money that we're putting into this program could be better spent helping to get our ridership back up. Part of my questioning, I also have concerns about the use of cameras. I look forward to the report in April, having data from the cameras with a third-party provider. I have a lot of concerns about that as well, around privacy and equity. So all of that, Mr. Chair, saying all of that, I'm not comfortable at this point voting for this report. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No. Seeing none, I'll say a few words. Just at a higher level, I think in a civilized society, we work with government to change rules. We work with government to change fares. We work with government to improve the situation. As individuals, we don't decide what the rules are. I think we're getting into that, a very gray area of not a loss for words, but a gray area where we just don't have order, forget even law, just order. In terms of the fine itself, my understanding of how the system works, or how it used to work, and I think how it still works, is if a person wants to dispute their innocence or their guilt, they're able to do that, and they're able to speak to a justice of the peace to have that fine altered all the way down to zero. So the fine itself is very negotiable. In terms of educating people further, there's been a lot of education, and I know that education will continue, and part of this report is about continuing with that education. It's not just a hammer, but I know when residents call me and talk about people speeding on their streets, or even parking offenses. We put up signs, we do all these things, we educate people, but there comes a time where there are a certain number of people we're not reaching, and we need to reach more people. Because, the money that is starved out of the system can go towards not increasing fares, or better service, or capital improvements so that we have better signalized systems, and whatever the case is. And so when we starve the system of money, then everyone suffers. If City Council, with the help of other levels of government, want to make the TTC free, great, I would encourage that. But until we're at that time, there are rules, and we have to obey the rules. And the last thing I'm going to say is that we're looking at if the methodology is accurate, about 13% of the people who aren't paying. By my rough calculations, that would be 87% of the people who are. And when we talk about marginalized folks, I think it's a dangerous assumption to say that the 13% who aren't paying are marginalized. And I think that's wholly unfair to marginalized people. And I know, speaking to the chair, and I plan to go out, and I invite any commissioner who does want to go out and to observe on the streetcar lines. I think we're going to start specifically there, that the problem is right across the board. And what the CEO, Mr. Leary, has said is he wants to concentrate on the people who can afford to pay, who have made the choice that they don't want to pay. And that's what most interests me, and I know Commissioner Holiday made reference to that, and that's why I am in support of receiving the report. Thank you. Now, do we vote on Commissioner Holiday's motion first? All those in favor? Unanimous, carries. And the item as a whole?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Those in favor? Those opposed?
No, it's on me, recorded vote.
Okay, go ahead.
On the item, Commissioner Ainsley,
Opposed?
Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Agreed. In favor. Commissioner Holiday.
In favor.
Commissioner Lalonde.
Sorry, if you just called my name, I'm in favor, Chris Ann.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moyes. Commissioner Osborne.
In favor.
In favor.
Thank you. The motion carries on a vote of 6.
Thank you. Where are we at now?
We're going to go back to ACAT.
Oh, the ACAT? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, what was the result of the vote?
6-2 in favor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll now turn the mic over to Anita.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Anita Dressler. I'm the newly elected chair of ACAT. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Transportation is the heartbeat of the city. Wheel-Trans is the heartbeat to the disabled, seniors, and accessibility for all. Highlights of our November meeting were easier access to subway stations, landmarks for easier identification for all travelers, family of services and the difficulties of large scooters and wheelchairs to be able to maneuver on the system, mostly turning room, and for the re-registration of all Wheel-Trans users to enhance equity in the system. I assure you that the previous projects, committees, and dedication to help in all aspects of accessibility will continue. From the members of ACAT, thank you for your continued support and your support of accessibility in transit. I look forward to other TTC board meetings in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oops. Seeing none. Can I have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Holiday. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. I think we're going to go to item number, was it three? Yeah. Community safety issues and response. I believe we have some speakers, and the clerk can call the deputants forward.
Thank you, Chair. Our first speaker is Edward Henry, Robina Bra. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Edward.
Good morning, everyone. You hear me? Okay. Thank you for having me today. My name is Edward Henry. I'm here as a volunteer of an organization called Community. It is spelled COMEUNITY. What we're here to talk to you about today is an actual framework that we've been implementing in Durham region for about approximately 3 years. It's called Safe Space First Community Program. More information can be seen on safespacefirst.com. The reason why we created this was really the same basis of the same challenge that you're having here. We felt that a Safe Space First community program was necessary for the same way, and we wanted to bring you what we're doing in Durham region, share those findings with you, and talk about how we can work with the TTC in some capacity with our framework and why we're having success in Durham to implement this Safe Space First community. First of all, the reason why we felt this was necessary because Toronto Transit Commission is a community. It's not just transportation. We provided a document which we sent to you about what Safe Space First is. The way this came about was Robina Bra behind me here, who is the president of Community, approached me probably about 4 years ago with a plan to bring people together to address safe spaces properly, safety and community safety. At first, when I heard this, I thought it was completely grandiose. It didn't make sense, and I thought it was flawed. But because of her tenacity to drive me absolutely crazy and spend time and resources with many of the people in Durham region, which also include Regional Chair John Henry, who is no relation to me, by the way, even though we have the same last name. And also Durham Regional Police, we've been working with closely to develop the framework of discovery, and we created a 5-work partnership framework that has been heavily, let's just say it's been working well with all partner organizations. And the framework is designed to do all the things that I heard today in regards of accountability, and an alignment of discovery, alignment, partnership, and an agreement that really has all these organizations working together and addressing not only safe spaces, but defining safe spaces and determining what the actual metrics that should be used to manage engagement. And by the way, one of the things I've heard here often today is how hard it is to come up with actual analytics that address engagement, because it is impossible. But we have been doing that in various applications through our organization, and we would like to share those findings, how we're doing something not only real, but we have defined an inclusive framework that works together with all diversity groups to help establish equity. This may sound almost crazy, but if you take the time to review our framework, how we put it together, and how we're working with the other organizations, so far, we are at the end of our first phase, which we've disclosed in this document, a four-phase rollout of how we've been developing a framework that has been really defining not only safe spaces, addressing the priority risk factors in the community well-being plans, specifically in Durham Region, but we've also been addressing how we do that with the other organizations all the way through. Now, this may sound like a new idea, almost as new as it would be to starting let's just say a hockey league 11 years ago, because the purpose was to address that youth kids. I bring this up because when Rabina first brought this to me, it sounded like the largest, biggest task that we can accomplish. But by the time we started this, where we are right now, we're very confident that we have the right ideas, and we'd like to share why we are being successful with that. That's what I have to say at this point. I can't cover this whole document in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I don't know if it was maybe in the latest mailing we got, but I did not see that report, so I'm just wondering if we did in fact get it sent to us.
It was uploaded yesterday, I believe.
Sorry?
I'll confirm.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? We'll just wait and see what's going on here.
Sorry, Chair Burnside, I have a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead then,
Given that
in the meantime,
I'm
yeah.
in a very similar situation to Commissioner Osborne. Maybe I'm stupid, but I didn't get the report, and I apologize for that. But could you maybe walk through some of the highlights of the document very quickly?
Absolutely. So starting with, we'll go to the second page here. We talk about a declaration, the importance of being a safe space first community, defining that we are about safe space first. Now, what that exactly means is it's one thing to say that Toronto Transit Commission cares about safety. It's another thing to declare it and promise it and commit it to it and to a framework that is designed to make sure that we're always addressing inclusive safe spaces all the way throughout and safety throughout the community. This is done in a partnership framework. It's proprietorship framework. We refer to it, and it's called economics, EHCO-nomics. It's something that we developed an organization, and we've given it to the not-for-profit community to really expand how two people or an organization partners in defining roles and risk based on every task and project based on risk and liability. The entire framework was designed in a way to make sure that things get done when they're supposed to be done, and the discovery framework really surfaces the problems that are actually posing to all members of the community and comes up with an actual framework to define how we actually solve those problems. And we've been doing this in various ways. And at this point, we're also bringing back, and I've also seen this, I believe, from many of the other people. We did research on a lot of your quotes and things that you said. And one of the things that I heard about was the importance of bringing back neighborhood watch programs to the organization. So in Durham, one of our landmarks is that Block Parent has agreed to be a pilot, and they are meeting the standards of Safe Space First based on what we've introduced to them and our technology. We've developed what is called the Safe Space First Learning Portal, which is about 85% complete, and making sure we're addressing all the areas that have to be in regards of risk and liability and how we go about making sure that there is an adoption that makes sense. Did I answer your question properly?
Sorry, what is the framework?
The framework consists of a community response model. If you look at the four-page rollout or the fourth stage rollout, let's start with that first. First stage being partnership. We're probably about a couple months away from announcing a firm partnership for Safe Space First Community in Durham Region that involves about 15 to 16 organizations. Probably going to be more. Yeah, it's going to be more. We are currently working in various discovery phases right now with Durham Regional Police in regards to partnering properly and making sure that we establish an alignment framework with Durham Regional Police to do that. John Henry, Regional Chair John Henry, has been instrumental in making sure that our framework is based on an alignment with the community well-being plan and that we're partnering with all those organizations properly. So phase one will be complete. It's phase two after that is what we call framework in action. And that is about the development of guidelines, defining data collection requirements and the integrity, how to go about that. And also a baseline subject matter, which is being released for the Safe Space First portal. Those are being done in phase two. Phase three is called alignment. And that's where we do an expansion on safe space classifications, designated safe spaces, and also further subject matter for the portal. The last phase of this model in Durham will be the official Safe Space First community, and that will be the development of the continuity plan, launch spaces for classified as emergency spaces and support spaces, and also launch of the Safe Space First hotline.
Thank you. I have no other questions. I feel like I might need to just read this first and
Yes.
develop some ideas and then probably follow up with you if I have any questions. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. I would just want to make sure I've got the organizations and the names correctly. So Safe Space is the framework that you talked about. Your organization is Community. Can you tell me about Community? Are you a for-profit, not-for-profit, research group? You know, what is your organization?
So Community is a not-for-profit group. When this first started out, we were fortunate because we had two different partnership agreements with Ontario Tech University that helped us build a lot of the framework and research. There was probably well over 1,800 hours in those 3 years put in research, $300,000 from my company and from Rabina's family as well that have put into this actual effort. It's documented, it's well seen. It started, first of all, as a community pandemic response model, and it started to embrace with the advice of John Henry to take on diversity and inclusion.
Okay, and so the organization works with entities such as Durham Region or another government, and if I've got this right, the framework ties together a lot of resources, such as community nonprofit agencies, elements of the government like law enforcement, that kind of stuff, ties that together under something like the Community and Wellbeing Plan.
Correct.
So that you can promote safety in places, but I think what I'm seeing in here is a response framework.
Yes.
Okay, and then do I assume that you maintain a relationship, so Community maintains a relationship? I don't know if it's consulting to bring people through the framework or training. I thought you said a portal. Is that what the vision is?
So Community's role is to not only promote, but it's to make sure that there is community involvement and that there's constant alignment throughout all the organizations to make sure that things keep happening. It is Community's responsibility to partner with all the diverse groups and establish that non-discriminating framework to address this, but not only that, work with the diverse groups to understand what the equity, to establish what it is that we're trying to do together as a unit. The framework itself, think of it like this. We've taken a framework, and what we did was we looked at what two people should do if they're in a marriage if they want to be married properly. And then what we did was we divided that into a science and created it full of adoption. We're having about 100% success rates in doing this in different 20 different companies that we've established under Edward Henry Company, and we've already provided this data to Durham Region to see why we're having successful work with that. Right now, all the partnership groups are taking training based on how to align and how to go through that, and we've been having incredible success. What we'd like to share with the board as well.
Okay, and I guess the last question is, what's the nature of the relationship between you and the government entities and the community entities? Is it a contract? Is it a service agreement? Is there just a friendly agreement? How does it?
There is partnership agreements structured with terms of reference that are very specific to the training and how we go about actually working together and managing engagement together.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? Nope. We have another speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Our next speaker is Adam Cohoon. Adam, go ahead.
Even how I'm joining you today is based on technology. It is very interesting that a lot of this stuff is happening, and yes, people are saying it's in other systems as well. But the one thing to understand here is that as much as putting all the extra manpower in is going to work now, what technology initiatives are being put in place to actually make it so that when when the people get tired or when, it's decided because of budget cuts, we can't have the physical people, what technological infrastructure is being put in? Right now, the communication system down in the subway is very uninviting. The other thing that's interesting is of all my friends I've surveyed, the few friends that say they're the most comfortable down on the subway are Wind or Freedom Wind users. And they were the people that actually worked with the subway to get their service on the platform. And the technology that the TTC uses is even way behind. Even some of the counselors that take it say they now don't have accurate timing of things downtown because the technology from a consumer point of view is not there for communication. There needs to be a more cohesive customer service strategy, even using all the virtual tools we have now. Our communications and customer service strategy that actually encourages people to connect. When we did all the subtractions of all the different people, including the guards, including all the people, we really realized that eventually problems like this were definitely going to arise. And none of these, in all the documents, other than in the equity and accessibility, which is usually probably a section that people easily glaze over, it does talk about needing to use innovation to give better customer service and make people feel safer. I am just hoping, I know I can't directly ask questions of people, but I do want to know over the next little while, how is technology going to be used to help people better communicate and connect when they're on the service and are having problems or need help? The criminals know that there is a vacuum down in the subway and stuff and on the transit system, and that there's delays in getting help. So that's why they are using this area just the same way as they use tourist traps, because they realize there's probably a vacuum in some of the people getting help and support. So we really need to, for the better of all the Toronto, really balance the energy we put in the tools we use. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Did anyone have any questions of Adam? No, seeing none.
Our next speaker is Ellen Peters.
I strongly believe that the way to improving safety is improving service and decreasing wait times. This will correct many issues more effectively than enforcement officers and police officers. If everyone is moving along quickly, there's less time for incidents to occur. If there are more witnesses, people are less likely to act out. A known major deterrent to crime is the certainty of being caught. Many witnesses with phones can do that better than police officers spread out over a very large system. 80 police officers across the TTC would be like 80 yard duty teachers across all the schools in the TDSB. Ineffective. So we need more riders. The best way to achieve that is to increase service and decrease wait time. Before the pandemic, I rarely had to wait more than 10 minutes for a streetcar or 4 minutes for a subway train. Now, if I'm patient enough, I could wait 30 minutes for a streetcar. That's not doable when you have to be somewhere at a certain time, like a movie or a doctor's appointment or a job. So Uber, Lyft, and taxis become the solution for people with time commitments, like most commuters or commuters that can afford it. There's also the factor of the weather. Waiting in the rain, sleet, or freezing cold temperatures is not conducive to a pleasant commute. Then you have cold, wet, and cranky riders, which is not conducive to calm interactions and de-escalation of conflicts. Better service means fewer disgruntled customers, which in turn means fewer conflicts. There would be more smiles and thank you for the operators and fewer, what was the delay? I've been waiting for 30 minutes. Then there are riders like me that have learned to avoid using the TTC unless absolutely necessary. That's after being the proud carrier of a MetroPass from 2003 to 2020. Increase service and decrease wait times, and I will happily go back to traveling around the city by TTC. I will even accept jobs that are further than a walk or a single short vehicle ride away. I don't think I'm unique. Increase service, decrease wait times, riders will return. Then the system will have more money from fares and it will be safer. The current plan prioritizes Band-Aids instead of treating the cause. Money going to police budgets is just allows for an illusion of security instead of the actual security that if the government invested in the majority of Torontonians. Invest in our city, the majority of our city. The city will be better for it, and so will the TTC.
Thank you. Any questions?
Can I just add something about the streetcar issue?
Sure, you still have time. Go ahead.
Okay, so I do live on several streetcar routes, and I do not think that the lower streetcar usage is because of people working from home. I think it's because of all the disruptions to the streetcar routes. You never know where a stop is going to be, what route it's going to take. The 504 is almost impossible to use these days. The 501 is difficult to use. Until recently, the 506 was going along Dundas. You can't plan a trip by streetcar if you don't know if it's going to be diverting or where substitute stops are going to be. And I think that's why people aren't taking the streetcars anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you might have a question now.
Inspired me, thank you. This information is helpful because because of where I live, I don't spend as much time on streetcars as you do. Can you tell me a little more about what's going on that has created the issues? I mean, I'm intrigued, why is it a 30-minute wait? Is that because the schedule's 30 minutes, or is that because something's going on to produce variability and to cause your trip to be variable and uncertain, right? So you can't make that movie start.
So part of it is all the construction projects that are downtown Toronto.
Okay.
And that causes traffic. And so because if one streetcar gets stuck, they can't pass it, right? So they all get stuck. So that's part of the delay. I also sometimes wonder if there been a change in the amount of supervisors? Because I know that used to be a supervisory role to regulate the distance between the cars. I can't remember the word. The lead time, is that what it's called? Also, there are 50 fewer streetcars now that there used to be, right? When they bought the new streetcars, because they're longer,
right.
They bought head time, that's what it's called. They bought 50 fewer of them. So I think that's part of it as well. And are you familiar with the 504 route at this time? It's insane. So the 504 used to go from Dundas West Station down Roncesvalles and then along King. Now it goes, there's a bus, and it goes along Parkside and makes all these crazy turns that I can't even follow, and then finally goes on to King. And so that's a good example of another disruption.
Why does it make the turns?
I don't know. You'd have to ask somebody
Okay.
that works for.
All right. No, it just-
There is construction right now at the bottom of Roncesvalles, and but I don't know why they can't have a bus going down there because cars go there. So I don't know.
I may be on the wrong track on this, but you know, do you think buses would work better?
That's an excellent question. Personally, I love streetcars. I've always loved streetcars, but not for any sensible reason. If you look at it realistically and practically, buses do make more sense.
They move a lot. They move less people. That's what the understanding. The understanding that I had was, you know, streetcars have this economy to them because you can fit a lot of people. But then you tell me, as your experience is, you know, I think it's variability that's really in there, right? Because of all these uncertainties. It's a struggle, but I appreciate the feedback. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Colby Badwar. Colby, please go ahead.
Thank you. This report is asking for an initial $800,000 to temporarily hire 50 security guards who will patrol the subway system. Piggybacking off an existing city contract, the TTC has already awarded with unbudgeted funds a $500,000 contract to Star Security. This contract lasts until October, but the $500,000 only pays for 7 weeks of coverage from February 10th to March 31st. These guards are only making $18 an hour. 18 times 40 hours per week times 7 weeks times 50 guards is $252,000. A client paying double what the guards actually make is fairly standard in the security industry, but it is still a bad deal for the TTC. Quote from this report, up to half of the TTC's 80 fare inspectors have been temporarily redeployed to work primarily in the subway system, where they provide an additional uniform presence. As the number of CSAs and security guards increases, TTC fare inspectors will resume their primary location on the streetcar network. So STAR has not yet provided the promised 50 guards who will, quote, have advanced training in areas including mental health first aid, overdose prevention, recognition and response, and nonviolent crisis intervention. STAR is a event security company. Event security guards are typically tasked with guarding fence lines and doing bag checks. The chances of any of these guards having any of the described training is extremely remote. Guards with those training certifications are making well above $20 an hour at malls and Class A office properties. They aren't taking short-term contracts with STAR, and STAR is not going to sacrifice its profit margin to pay for this training itself. Now, these guards are allegedly going to have batons and handcuff training as well, which is, again, dubious, but they also only are supposed to observe and report and use of force only to defend themselves. If they are to be equipped with use of force tools, that means that the TTC is trusting contracted security guards with equipment that the TTC took away from its own fare inspectors. The report also states that the guards will assist with nightly station closing, which makes no sense because in the event of somebody trespassing and refusing to leave a station, special constables or TPS would still have to attend and remove or arrest the individual. Any security guard can tell you that a directive to leave that is not backed up by a credible and immediate threat of arrest is not an actual directive to leave. It is in fact an invitation for an uncooperative individual to further push the boundaries. Having uniformed security personnel on the system who don't actually have the authority to maintain order and make arrests actually undermines customers' sense of safety and security. These guards are a counterproductive waste of money, and the contract should be terminated as soon as possible. Instead, the requested funds should be used to re-equip the TTC's 80 fare inspectors in their original uniforms with their original equipment. This should be accompanied by a zero-tolerance policy on fare evasion. Anyone found entering the system illegally or without proof of payment should be subject to a fine or, if necessary, arrest for trespassing. And of course, we know that there are situations where people have made legitimate mistakes and TFIs have tools and have the ability to use discretion, and that is all fine and good. But in the event that you have a individual who is identified as maliciously not paying their fare, those consequences should be applied. This is an extremely cheap way to add 80 uniformed personnel with the ability to maintain safety and security onto the system on a very short timeline. Final passage from the report. The TTC has undertaken a recent jurisdictional scan of transit safety in many major cities across Canada and the United States. Several of the cities have taken an enforcement approach, increasing police and transit officers aboard the system, accompanied by community safety officers and/or transit ambassadors. Others have taken a community approach by deploying unarmed personnel on the system to help with directions, alert police of a threat, point people to homeless services, keep an eye on vulnerable people, and check that seats are clean and passengers are safe. So the two identified approaches here are have more people who can tell law enforcement officers if there is a threat to safety, or have more law enforcement officers there in the first place. It is an obvious decision to me. The TTC does not lack people who can observe and report. It lacks people who can act on those reports. TPS is stretched thin, and the temporary transit patrol officers are not integrated into TTC command and control. More in-house officers are needed. The TTC has 80 fare inspectors who are currently glorified customer service agents. Make them into 80 law enforcement officers again, and make a plan to hire even more special constables. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Chair Burnside, I have one question. Colby, thanks for that. You're a very fast talker, so I just want to make sure I heard a point accurately. Were you saying that the agency or the corporation that we're contracting security guards from is ill-equipped to do the job of ensuring that these 50 security guards can keep people safe? Because you talked about additional training.
Correct. Yes.
You talked about the corporation not investing the capital to train up staff. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. They are an event security company, which in the security industry are sort of more on the bottom rung as far as security providers go. I said that event guards are usually just standing around fences for concerts and doing bag checks. They are not typically provided with advanced training, quote, have advanced training in areas including mental health, first aid, overdose prevention, recognition and response, and nonviolent crisis intervention. That's from the TTC's report. The TTC is saying that training is, these guards have that training already. The chances of that are basically zero, and STAR is not going to spend their money and eat into their profit margin. They have a, you're paying half, or the guards are making half of what the actual contract is for. So they're making, they've got $250,000 to cover their overhead, and the rest is profit. They're not going to eat into their profit margin to provide this training to those guards. Just not going to happen.
What are the odds that a solution where the TTC provides some of that training exists? Is that in your mind appropriate, or do you think the TTC is ill-equipped to do that?
So the TTC obviously has some capacity to do in-house training. I can't speak to the complete extent that they're able to do that. I have heard that there is going to be a single day of free deployment training for these guards before they go onto the system. That's what the TTC is providing, just to teach them how to use TTC radios and things like that. And that training right now has not gone very well based on my own observations from the TTC's radio communications, which anybody can listen to on the internet. There's an awful lot of people calling into transit control who have clearly never used a radio in their life before, and that's a very significant problem for the system that goes beyond these contract security guards and is actually an issue with the TTC's own people. But that, again, that's a huge issue beyond the scope of this report, although it's something that the commission should take an interest in. So yeah, I don't think the TTC is going to do all this training itself, because this is expensive training, and it's training that takes time. Like, this is a long list of things: mental health, first aid, overdose prevention, recognition, nonviolent crisis and intervention. That's like at least a week's worth of training. I have some of that training myself. These are expensive programs that private companies pay an awful lot of money for, to have their staff equipped and trained in that manner. And as I said, that training in the security industry, you only see that training at high-end malls and Class A office properties, primarily in the financial district. Event security companies are not paying for this training. It's very expensive. It's an investment in people that you are trying to retain into your organization. This is a 7-week contract.
Got it. Thanks, Colby. Chair Burnside, no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You're welcome.
No, seeing none. Thank you, Colby. I believe Audrey?
Yep. Our next speaker is Audrey Dwyer. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Dwyer. I am a member of Jane Finch Action Against Poverty, and that's where the deputation is coming from today. So from what we've read, the budget proposed is rather irresponsible, especially when its focus is truly on enforcement in a variety of ways, but enforcement focused nonetheless. The money spent on covering up the socioeconomic issues of present day would be better spent actually addressing the societal issues that poor policy and lack of infrastructure have created in the city. We implore you to get back to the table and create something better than this lazy approach to just fix it with police and the various iterations you want them to exist as within our transit system. Safety issues are not new. We deserve evidence-based approaches. Regardless of the sensationalization of crime and safety that police, TTC, and the various levels of government have been leaning strongly and actively upon, especially during and post the most recent COVID pandemic. There is no evidence that police prevent violence. I repeat, there is no evidence to suggest or to prove that police prevent violence, but evidence that they cause harm, especially to Black, Indigenous, racialized, poor, unhoused, and those experiencing mental health distress is about. Service cuts won't improve safety, but the TTC is moving ahead and doing exactly that, cuts to service. We already know what will create a safer TTC and its investments in community supports and more frequent, reliable service, not at all what's being proposed here. On top of the special constables and the 80 police officers you've already deployed on our transit system, this budget proposes to include fare inspectors who will be piloting 40 body-worn cameras that capture sound in the second quarter, and your report says that you're planning to do 210 photo cameras to be implemented on the system. Your fare inspectors will be piloting mobile ticketing that will allow them to print tickets on the spot for 6 months starting second quarter, right around the corner. Your fare inspectors will collect demographic information, including racial background and gender identity when doing enforcement. Why? Is there any evidence based that this will beget some kind of safety for the people and the patrons who utilize the system? No. Our message, which is in solidarity with TTC riders, is that ticketing for fare evasion is starting again, which is unacceptable. And it will only result in serious impacts like losing employment, having one's credit negatively impacted when tickets go to collections, which happens in communities like ours, who are also experiencing the heavy enforcement of these tickets being issued. The TTC says they expect to make up $6 million in revenue by ticketing people, but this is a drop in the bucket compared to how much money they've already lost to Uber and to Lyft. As records show, in 2019, it's reported $79 million was lost to them. And how much is needed from the higher levels of government to fill that $366 million budget gap that still exists that the province and the feds have not been able to support. At the end of the day, the real fare evaders are all three levels of government that refuse to make investments in public transit. Lastly, an excerpt from your own report, which is quite telling. While there is no empirical evidence that persons experiencing homelessness and individuals with complex needs are related to increased safety incidents on the TTC, the increase in persons experiencing homelessness and individuals with complex needs affects customers' sense of safety throughout the system and cleanliness of the overall transit. A patron's sense of safety and actual being unsafe are not one and the same. This is a dangerous narrative to build a policy off of. What patrons have stated makes them feel safe is improved service, frequent service, seeing TTC staff, not security, not police, or any other iteration, but actual TTC staff who can provide support, directions, presence, etc. when needed. It's a hard pass on the increased militarization, surveillance, and data collection on our public transit system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Audrey. Does anyone have questions of Audrey? Seeing none, thank you. I will go to the next speaker.
Our final
have to turn, okay. On now, right? Okay. My name is Monica. I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders, a membership-based transit advocacy group. I'm here today to raise concerns about the decision-making process around safety measures and the lack of transparency and data that these plans are based on. This report recommends authorizing spending on safety measures, but none of these measures have been recommended by TTC staff, and many are measures that former Mayor John Tory proposed unilaterally without debate at City Council or at the TTC board level. This report recommends that the TTC CEO be authorized to spend up to $15 million on emergency measures, which could include police overtime, something that is still not fully costed in this report. In contrast, 25 elected city councilors were limited to debating and adding only $8 million during the February 15th budget meeting. $500,000 of that was allocated to pilot the expansion of mental health supports on the TTC, which we applaud. We are concerned, however, that this recommendation to delegate spending authority for millions of dollars to the TTC CEO is extremely undemocratic, especially since there is still a concerning lack of evidence and staff advice about the measures moving forward. The little evidence and data that is presented in this report raises more questions than answers. While offenses against customers have increased year over year, the monthly rate of offenses per million boardings has fluctuated throughout the pandemic. For example, in late 2020, there was the highest monthly incident rate of over 2.5 offenses per million passengers, and monthly data for January 2023 has not been publicly released yet. In the jurisdictional review in Appendix 3, only one statistic is presented, and it's somewhat misleading. It quotes New York Mayor Eric Adams' statement that aggressive transit enforcement has led to a 16% decrease in crime. This statement is deeply misleading, however, as it refers to the change between a 3-month period in 2021 and a 3-month period in 2022. And criminologists interviewed about this and this New York City statistic have stated that the data set is far too small to be conclusive. On the other hand, under the MTA's safety plan in New York, there's ample evidence that racialized riders made up 90% of arrests for low-level offenses like non-payment of fares. Already, the TTC's own data shows that Black and Indigenous people are grossly overrepresented in TTC enforcement activities. This remains strong across locations, across benchmarking techniques, and across type of enforcement activity. While there is little to no data presented to support this plan, there is ample evidence that increased enforcement actively harms racialized riders, unhoused riders, and riders with mental health challenges. Also, the harms of fair enforcement strongly outweigh any value it creates as a revenue source, and fair enforcement won't make anyone safer. The 2023 operating budget projected $5.7 million in net revenue from the resumption of ticketing. That's a mere 1.5% of the $366.4 million operating shortfall still projected for 2023. TTC data shows that people with low income continue to rely heavily on transit, yet fare evasion fines have extreme consequences for those riders, including losing employment, having a personal credit rating score affected when tickets go to collections, and losing a day of work and corresponding income to attend fare evasion hearings. These harms are disproportionate to the loss of $3.25, which can occur often due to faulty Presto machines and lack of access to reloading or purchasing Presto in suburban neighborhoods. The real fundavators of this system are the provincial and federal governments who have not committed to stable TTC operating funding. And the data is clear. Increased policing and enforcement causes harm to racialized riders and is not evidence-based. Real safety means reversing TTC service cuts and investing in more friendly and supportive staff. The harms of fair enforcement strongly outweigh any value it creates as a revenue source, and ticketing must not be resumed. Decisions made about TTC safety measures must be public, transparent, and democratically made. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you, Monica. I think that's the end of our speakers. I believe we now move to a presentation. I think it's Betty and, is it Betty and Wendy? Please, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Betty Hissurgeon. I'm the Chief Safety Officer, and with me today is Wendy Reuter. She's the Head of Research and Analytics. We're here to provide you an overview of the community safety issues facing the TTC and the response efforts that are underway. Throughout the pandemic, the TTC has seen increasing societal challenges that have affected the safety and well-being of TTC's employees, customers, and the wider Toronto community. Specifically, these challenges include mental health issues, substance use issues, use of the TTC as a temporary shelter, particularly at night, and resultant cleanliness, security, and random acts of violence. The extent to which these broader issues have shifted onto public transit has highlighted the need to expand the scope of solutions beyond what is available to the TTC on its own. Before we present TTC's most recent efforts to address these challenges, I will ask Wendy to first provide us an overview of the trends in offenses against customers and employees and customer satisfaction data on personal safety. We'll also provide you with some background on a number of actions we have taken throughout the years to ensure the safety of our customers and employees. Wendy?
Thanks, Betty. Next slide, please, Janelle. As Betty mentioned, I'm just going to take us through a few trends in terms of offenses against customers, employees, and customer satisfaction with personal safety. So on our screen right now is a twofold graph. Red line is indicating the trend in offenses against customers. And the way we would read this is these are the offenses against customers per 1 million boardings. So it's relative to how many customers are using TTC each day. And just to help with a bit of context, we provided the boardings and the gray shading in behind. The boardings are available in the CEO report as well, so that shouldn't be unfamiliar to you. But what we are seeing is that offenses against customers increased notably at the start of the pandemic. They varied throughout the pandemic, but they've stayed quite high and have remained higher than pre-pandemic levels, even as customer boardings return. Next slide, please, Janelle. Second, trends in terms of offenses against our employees. Similar to trends in offenses against customers, these started to increase at the start of the pandemic. They've remained high, they've varied, and they have not declined back to pre-pandemic levels. Across this time, we're also illustrating a number of the safety initiatives that have been undertaken throughout this time, episodic ones, as well as investment in CCTV and our stations, allowing opportunities to review and review incidents, and also be available to monitor incidents when customers or employees connect with transit control. Both of these slides are updates from the information that's shown in the CEO's report earlier today. That information was until December of 2022, and both of these slides are for January as of 2023. And what we saw in the offenses against customers was a very optimistic preliminary reduction in the rate of offenses against customers in January. What we're seeing in terms of offenses against employees is the opposite, that offenses against employees has increased between December and January. Next slide, please, Janelle. Third important measure for us is our customers' sense of personal safety on the TTC, their satisfaction with safety. This shows a lot of information. The way we would read it is across the bottom is a measure of importance across the x-axis, and across the y-axis is satisfaction. It looks at 11 different elements of transit service and where they fall in the quadrants of where TTC is delivering service that's important and satisfactory to customers, and where elements of our service are not and considered challenge areas. We presented some of this information at our board in December, and it was at that time that we're calling out that customer sense of personal safety was falling in a challenge area, along with vehicle cleanliness. This is an update as of January. It's most recent information. We'll see that the sense of personal safety has shifted a little bit, but not substantively, and is still in this challenge area. Next slide, please, Janelle. So just to give sorry, all of these lines are appearing at the same time. So just to give a sense of how customer satisfaction on TTC has trended, this is the green line at the top. It's a key measure for us each month to see how our customers respond in terms of customer satisfaction. And in between all those colorful lines, the red line is representing customers' sense of personal safety, their satisfaction with personal safety. And what we saw prior to the pandemic is that satisfaction with TTC service remained about 80% before the pandemic, remained about 80% at the beginning of the pandemic. And then you see in 2021, it started to vary in terms of satisfaction. And so in trying to understand what could be contributing to some of that variation, even after we were through much of the pandemic, one of the areas that we note is this decline in sense of personal safety from 2021 to 2022. And it varies by mode. There is variation by mode each month. Most recently, we're seeing that for bus and for streetcar between January and December, we saw slight increases in sense of personal safety. However, on subway, we've seen a decline. So those are the three key measures that I wanted to share and level set on the metrics that we're using to help understand safety, community safety within TTC, and that we continue to monitor as we bring these initiatives forward.
Okay, next slide, please. As you heard from Wendy on one of those slides, you saw there's been a number of key safety initiatives throughout the years, with the safety of our employees and customers always top of mind. Before I shift to our more recent actions around community safety, I want to take some time to provide an overview of our employee assault prevention initiatives in the past couple of years. So during the pandemic, in response to an increase in offenses against employees, we did focus our efforts on employee assault prevention, building upon and further enhancing existing TTC established programs and initiatives. Following several slides provide recent updates on our action plan items and information on established programs that the TTC has in place to address employee assault prevention. In August 2021, we initiated the work to draft an action plan to address the increase in offenses against employees. We formed a working group in October 2021 to formally establish the 10-point action plan, which was endorsed by our Safety Executive Committee in December of 2021. The 10-point action plan was developed to incorporate key actions that build on established programs and capture any and new initiatives. Each of those action items has multiple deliverables, which are tracked and monitored to completion. We provide updates on the 10-point action plan to our Safety Executive Committee on a quarterly basis, and the board also receives updates through the CEO report monthly. In August 2022, we formed our Joint Labor Management Committee, JLMC, with our ATU Local 113 to focus on assault prevention and the 10-point action plan. The JLMC includes senior representatives from the ATU Local 113 and the TTC. The purpose of the committee is to provide a forum to communicate updates on our 10-point action plan, review data and statistical analysis, and discuss programs and initiatives related to assault prevention. To date, the JLMC has convened 4 meetings, most recently last week on February 22nd, and we continue to meet regularly with our union partners. The items raised by the JLMC are linked back to the 10-point action plan to ensure they are tracked and monitored. The JLMC also provides recommendations for Joint Health and Safety Committee involvement in areas like workplace violence prevention. Next slide, please. So the following provides recent action plan updates on key items. These include we've delivered face-to-face safety talks to our frontline employees. This is something that we do regularly, most recently just last year. We recognized our second annual Transit Worker Assault Awareness Day in December 2022. Of course, the first one was in 2021. We've delivered specialized de-escalation training. It started in June 2022 with the module now being incorporated as part of our operator research training just in January of this year. We have refreshed our customer campaign, focusing on keeping employees safe. And we've also mobilized dispatch of our Blue Night buses that have extended barriers at all bus divisions just in February 2023, and we've evaluated a new barrier prototype. We've also scheduled various safety awareness events at our divisions throughout 2023, which includes involvement from special constables, our court advocates, safety, peer support, diversity, and it gives our operators an opportunity to meet with experts on various topics such as de-escalation training, assault prevention, proper reporting, etc. Next slide, please. So now I just want to talk about some of those established programs that we have. We have a number of well-established programs to protect and support our employees, and these have been in place for a number of years. We have a workplace violence policy and corporate program, which sets out measures and procedures to protect our workers from workplace violence from all possible sources. This includes assessing risks, controlling those identified risks, identifying or establishing means of summoning immediate assistance, providing a reporting process, and ensuring that all incidents are investigated. We have access to immediate confidential counseling and resources, which is available through the Employee Family Assistance Program, EFAP, any day or any time. Our employees also have access to Beacon, which is a digital mental health therapy program. Employee-to-employee support is also available through our peer support program, which was introduced back in 2015, where an employee volunteer will check in on an employee's well-being and helps develop healthy coping mechanisms. Our TTC Court Advocate Program, which was established in 2010, continues to support our operators through the criminal process if they choose to press charges. Court advocates ensure that employees understand their rights and role within the judicial system and answer any questions that employees may have. Next slide, please. So in January of 2023, we expanded the scope of our 10-point action plan, which I've been talking to you about, to capture current community safety and security issues. The areas of focus have now expanded beyond assault prevention to include customer experience and support for individuals experiencing homelessness and complex issues. As a result, the partnership between the TTC, the City of Toronto, Toronto Police, and Toronto Public Health has contributed towards developing a cross-functional collaboration, which is resulting in this multidisciplinary approach, which is illustrated on these next two slides. The initiatives are organized under 8 themes or groupings. What you see in front of you on this first slide is governance, community supports, visibility, community safety. And the next slide I'll show you shortly will be cleaning, training, communications, and learning. I'll provide a high-level overview of each of these groupings. The details on the initiatives under each of these can be found in the board report. So starting off with governance. Recognizing the evolving nature of community safety, the TTC has organized to effectively respond to these challenges. We have developed structures and processes to enable coordination between the TTC, the City of Toronto, Toronto Police Service, and Toronto Public Health, and to build sustained capacity for ongoing support of community safety. The TTC and the City have created a joint table to address issues and challenges as it relates to responding to complex individuals on the transit system. This interdivisional table includes representatives from the City of Toronto's SSHA and SDNFA divisions, and folks are here today with us, the city's corporate security and corporate communication teams, as well as representatives from Toronto Public Health and Toronto Police. Internally, the TTC has established an executive command center and community safety and security working group to coordinate efforts to address community safety and security issues on our system. Of course, we will continue to work with our union partners on assault prevention initiatives through our Joint Labor Management Committee. So moving on to community supports. The TTC and multidisciplinary partners have implemented a number of immediate actions to increase coordinated supports for persons experiencing homelessness and individuals with complex needs on the TTC. With the support of the City of Toronto, the TTC has contracted or coordinated with several city divisions, agencies, and suppliers to have additional outreach staff present in our system. Direct supports to increase connections to city services, mental health awareness and resources, as well as leverage our TTC communication network to connect those in crisis with mental health supports. This includes, as you can see listed there, expanding the Streets to Home program from 6 to 20 dedicated staff on the TTC, expanding MDOT with the increased funding that was received through the 2023 operating budget, 20 community safety ambassadors who are now in our system working directly with people experiencing homelessness and liaising with Streets to Home workers to provide those outreach services. Moving on to visibility. In response to decreased customer and employee sense of safety, during recent months, the TTC has escalated frontline presence to provide our customers and our employees with additional visible support resources throughout our stations and divisions. These teams are additional staff resources coordinated over and beyond our regular station, vehicle, and customer service supports. We have done this through temporary redeployment of fare inspectors, up to half of the 80 fare inspectors, through our maintenance and transportation managers who are supplementing our frontline staff, as well as having members of our executive team and senior management teams conduct escalated site visits throughout the system to engage with frontline employees and to provide them with support and seek their feedback. Community safety. We've also invested in additional safety and security field resources. We are actively recruiting for special constables. An additional 50 special constables will be hired this year. We've also hired security guards on an interim basis to assist us in opening and closing stations and in providing that additional security presence for TTC employees and customers throughout the network. These guards are trained to deal with people in mental health crisis and people who may be vulnerable and in need of assistance. In addition, we have Toronto Police Services who have provided additional patrols in the TTC system. We continue to expand our CCTV, our closed circuit television coverage, which is now 75% at all subway stations and 90% at 19 stations. Live feed CCTV monitor installation will be completed at most of our fare lines and at our platform designated waiting areas by March 2023. All 70 stations are planned to have 90% coverage by Q4 2024. Next slide, please. Moving on to cleaning. The TTC has undertaken 2 additional cleaning initiatives to improve specific area cleanliness and overall customer experience. One is the streetcar midday cleaning on our streetcar routes 511, 504, and 505. Our streetcars are cleaned midday at our Bathurst station and Broadview stations to provide additional cleanliness over and above what we do regularly during our night cleanings. The initial customer feedback has been very positive. Overnight use of our stations for sleeping and respite by persons experiencing homelessness and individuals with complex needs presents a challenge in delivering customer expectations for clean station facilities. In response, the TTC has introduced increased daily cleaning through a third-party service each morning at Union, Spadina, and Queen stations. Moving on to training. Responding to 70 additional resources now supporting the TTC network, the TTC provided TTC-specific culture and readiness training for all. This training included TTC safety knowledge, as well as rules of engagement and unconscious bias training. The TTC is now also looking at expanding our frontline employee de-escalation training. Communications. We continue to launch and coordinate communication programs to support customer awareness and gather customer insights to inform further safety development plans. Some examples of our campaigns include Your Safety Partner, which is focused on safety features found in our system. We also had an assault prevention campaign, and we also have a customer community safety and security survey to understand both our current and past TTC customers' sense of safety on the TTC. We also work closely with the City of Toronto and have adopted an integrated and collaborative communications planning and media outreach and response method. Moving on to learning. We are currently engaged in 2 studies, both focusing on safety and security in transit and the factors that contribute to safety and security, such as crime and security incidents, safety measures and technologies, customer perceptions of safety, industry best practices, and emerging societal trends. We've also undertaken a recent jurisdictional scan of transit safety in many major cities across Canada and the United States. Information collected from that scan will serve as a baseline for the TTC to explore options and ideas to ensure safety for employees and customers when responding to complex issues requiring multi-pronged approaches. Data sharing through our city's SafeTO Scale platform will also enable collaborative analysis of the data to identify proactive interventions to improve community safety and well-being. The TTC will assess the extent to which some of these measures need to continue, and we will report back on the continuation of these and any other measures that may be required. In summary, this framework that we've established that you've seen in the last 2 slides here, and the governance that I spoke about through the joint interdivisional table and the internal governance structure will support the continued coordination of this multidisciplinary approach. This enables coordinated action and adaptation in support of our joint community safety interests. This concludes our presentation. Of course, we're happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Betty and Wendy, for that. I would like to welcome Staff Superintendent Peter Moreira, who's here from Toronto Police for this item. Do we have anyone who would like to ask questions? Commissioner Holiday, Commissioner Jagdeo. Anyone else? So Commissioner Osborne, anyone online? Commissioner Ainsley, Commissioner Moyes. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with Commissioner Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, do we have a clear understanding of who's in charge? Maybe it's even simpler. Who is accountable for safety on various vehicles in various spaces, whether they're stations or points? Are there individuals that it's clear about?
Through the chair, just to make sure I understand the question, in terms of safety on our system and what steps we can take as TTC?
Yeah, it's sort of a corny example, but you see it in the movies, right? The captain of the airplane is where the buck stops, right? The captain makes the call. I'm not saying that's an exact parallel, but is there a clear accountability framework in the system at various levels as to who is tasked or accountable for safety within their control? Do we have that?
Well, through the chair, I think it's a joint responsibility. There's a number of groups within the TTC who are accountable for safety. As you heard me say, we have, whether it's our station staff who are ensuring safety for our customers and are available in the system, or whether it's our special constables who are doing their patrols and ensuring safety, whether it's our operators as part of their line of duty and making sure that we're providing that safe service to our customers. So a number of groups within the TTC play a role in safety, so it's not really one group that's responsible. I think it's a collective.
Is there an accountability framework, though, if something happens? The buck stops with somebody. Do we have the ability to figure that out?
I'll jump in if I could, because ultimately the buck stops with me, Commissioner, as the CEO.
And us too at the board.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I think, Betty, if you could give just more of a description of the joint health and safety committees that you have on a regular basis as we work with frontline staff, right, to assess what they bring to you, for you, and you bring up to the XX.
Maybe I'll say I'm okay with that aspect of it, and I'm going to go a little different than this. And the reason I wanted to set up the question: are there people that are in charge at different points, people in charge of a station, people in charge of a vehicle that can issue direction when there's a situation evolving or something is developed? Do people have that ability to issue direction to a member of the public?
Yes, they do. Right. Okay. All our frontline staff, whether in their stations or on their vehicles, has direct contact with central control and gets direction from central control. And at the same time, we can dispatch others to that location if necessary to give direction to the public.
Right. So, can a bus driver say, "Look, I'm sorry, this is disruptive, or this is a safety issue, you got to get off, or I can't continue. Do they have that granularity of authority? Or a station supervisor says, look, you have to leave, I'm sorry, fair paid or not, this is dangerous, it's time to go.
So I'm going to take that again, if I could, Commissioner. The direction of frontline staff is to disengage. Right?
Okay.
We don't want anybody getting confrontational, and to report so that we can have a special constable or supervisor, or someone to come and aid them if it's necessary.
Okay, so the frontline staff can raise assistance, so there's a mechanism there to deal with that situation. Do you think we've got gaps, though, in terms of public perception of responsibility, of ability to issue direction? Do people follow the direction of special constables?
Through the chair again, there are challenges with the public. There's no doubt. I talk to special constables or supervisors or operators. They are challenged by the public, and that's why our real focus is on de-escalation. Do not address it. Right? It's to report it, and we'll bring the appropriate staff in that can address it.
So how do we turn it around? So this is the crux of the question, right? Something unfolds, and I don't question our approach, because I don't know all the bits and pieces, but I know you need to manage a situation. But if we de-escalate, or actually not de-escalate, if we disengage every time, and then everyone else sees that, where everyone says, well, okay, well, there's a situation going on, we're going to do that and back away. How do people then trust in the system? I know it's a heavy question, but there's got to be a balance in there where people will observe and respect the authority to correct a situation, to take direction, to leave, to do this, to do that. How do we bring that balance in?
Well, that's a great question, and that's why we're at the table with our partners over here in the city, because we as a transit system, don't specialize in mental health and homelessness and drug addiction. We've reached out to those that have those specialties that can bring them in, and you'll hear them talk about what we can do, and it is about investment, right? And getting people, we take a conscious approach of being compassionate with individuals in our system while we reach out and get the help that they can need.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Jagdale.
Thank you, Chair De Laurentiis. So Colby's deputation was quite interesting, and I have a ton of questions on that. And look, we can have discussions on whether or not we need security guards or whether that's going to be an effective strategy, and it's probably a longer discussion. But if this is truly an event-based security company, and I've been to many events, as most of us have, and I could probably smuggle in a small fridge into Coachella if I really wanted to. Are we, from the procurement process, do we really believe that this organization has the right tools and equipment and processes to ensure that people will stay safe in the interim if we're going to spend, $800,000 on this, which is the highest line item for the unplanned expenditures? And maybe, is there any proof that this organization is equipped to do that? I'm just a little stressed out. And maybe Colby's is wrong. And if he is, I'd like someone to say that he's wrong.
He's wrong. We've worked with the security company, and they have, we've addressed the specific training that we need for mental health in the system. So we do not have the same security guards that he specified at $18 an hour. We have a different contract with them. Our head of special constables has worked with them to ensure that we are very confident that they can do the work that we've asked them to do in the system.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Let me just try to address this. So what happened in the TTC's case is they used an existing city contract is what they were trying to do. That contract from Star Security provided security guards to the shelters, to all those temporary and so a couple hundred guards. Those guards had all that advanced training and also a great deal of experience in dealing with very difficult clientele. So what we did was we offered the use of those guards to the TTC and would take some newer ones on our side. So they were getting more experienced security guards that were occurring. So I can tell you what you heard in the deputation was not accurate.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Our next speaker or commissioner is Commissioner Osborne. You're next.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a couple of questions that relate to the accounting of this. So we have 80 additional police officers that have been brought in on a shorter term basis. Is the money for that, those 80 police officers sitting in on the books of the TTC, on the books of the Toronto Police Service, or both?
So through the chair, they are not included in the estimates that we've identified here, and at this time, the Toronto Police Service is absorbing the cost.
Okay.
And until we determine, what the need is going forward.
Okay, and I would ask the same as well about the Streets to Homes, all those extra people. Are those dollars sitting in our books, their books, again, or both?
So through the chair, because we have a mix here of budgeted and unbudgeted items, and page 4 of the report highlights those. So for Streets to Homes, the funding was actually approved through the 23 budget process. That sits in our books. But we will be also, we'll sit in both because they are staff of the city, and so they will be recovering the costs from us in that particular case. The additional constables, of course, are our own, funded through the budget, so they're in our books. And the midday cleaning was also approved through the budget, funded through our books. The items that are not, that are the unbudgeted items, there's some of these interim measures, like the security guards, the community safety ambassadors, and the extended station cleaning.
Okay, and then I know we have a short-term problem here and a longer-term problem here. The shorter-term problem, I think we are taking measures to get the system in the short term safer and to have our customers and our employees to feel safer. And I think it's really important because these things can take on a life of their own, so I'm very happy to see that we are taking some measures. Longer term, though, I don't know what we're doing here, how much of what we're doing here, and I would suspect it isn't a great percentage, is going to fix the underlying problems that are causing this, that for some reason it all seems to be swirling around the TTC post-pandemic. I don't know if we're seeing increased incidents in parks and other places, but in any case, as our CEO just pointed out, we aren't equipped to be fixing social ills. So, I guess it raises the question about where this goes down the road in the weeks and months that are coming, because this can't be sustained and it isn't going to solve anybody's problems in any case, or at least let's say the large majority of them.
If I may, thank you for the question. Part of the TTC's approach on this is to partner with the City of Toronto. And part of why that is an important approach is because in 2021, City Council adopted SAFE-TO, a 10-year plan for how we can work across systems and across sectors to address the very complex types of issues that we're seeing manifest itself here and on the TTC. I would say to you that unfortunately, through the pandemic, we have seen a dramatic increase of every point of vulnerability, from homelessness to mental health to other challenges that people are facing. And so to part of your earlier framing, other systems are experiencing similar challenges, from the BIAs to parks to the libraries to other systems. And so we're certainly trying to take a joined up approach, recognizing that if your business is transit or housing provision, supervision or providing recreation, dealing with the supporting people who have complex needs won't be your core business. And so it's about how do we marry up root cause type approaches along with, in some cases, enforcement is required in order to take a much more comprehensive approach. And so that can be from mental health to providing housing and homelessness supports, to providing other things that will help people stabilize their lives and ensure that those who are facing challenges are properly supported, and that's separated and decoupled from other issues that may present a feeling of unsafeness and insecurity for people in any system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions, just to follow up on Commissioner Osborne's comments around security guards, station cleaning, and ambassador. Those are all unbudgeted items. We just went through an extensive budget process. Why was that not part of our conversation in the budget just weeks ago?
So through the chair, our budget process did begin in the fall, and it was really through those first few months that we started to see some issues. And of course, through the budget process, we did and were able to address what were some key issues around adding to the outreach, the special constables, and the midday cleaning. In terms of some of these other items, I believe that these are in part interim measures, as these other items, the ones that have been budgeted, come on stream, but really the right mix of what we need to address is part of the assessment that we have to do as we have the experience, and will determine how best to use the funds that were provided through the process.
All right. On page 4 of the slide deck, TTC customer satisfaction, key drivers. I'm assuming these were taken from sort of a survey from the public. What was the time period that this was taken?
Through the chair, you're correct. This was taken through a survey to the public. It's part of our customers. It's part of TTC's customer satisfaction survey, which is conducted monthly and ongoing. And so the time period that would be represented there is over a rolling 3-month period. So it's inclusive of November, December, and January, as represented on that slide. In the report, it's 1 month earlier, so it would be representative of October, November, and December.
Okay. And just one final question. So a lot of data is being collected. So we have fare inspectors, we have special constables, we have TPS, we have security guards, and so forth. And there's a lot of data being collected by, it's a lot of data being collected, period. Who is responsible for this data? Who's collecting? Where is it kept? And how's it being used? Again, my concern is that, people of color and indigenous people, we know that a lot of the data being collected these are the people that are mainly affected. So I'm just wondering, how is it used and in what way, and where is it being kept? Who's responsible for it?
Denise, I'll through you, Chair, and I'll answer this, and if you could ask these, because the discussions at the table with the city and the police that we're having on a weekly basis now, it was for all of us to get the individual data that Wendy and Peter and everybody are collecting, whether it's the Safe TTC app data or the data that we're collecting through special constables, to bring them to that table and start sharing information, really for the first time. If you want to jump in, Denise.
So thank you. So under SafeTO as well, we are creating a data integrated data analysis center called SCALE, SafeTO Collaborative Analytics Environment. The idea, just like the overall plan, is about how we join up our data with police, with transit, with housing, et cetera, in order to do integrated analysis to get real-time information that can guide decision-making, both in terms of policy as well as programmatic changes. As part of SCALE's work, one of the key things is for us to figure out the complex questions of data ownership and data governance. So to your points, the questions around how do we ensure that particularly Indigenous and equity deserving communities, data that's particular to those communities aren't being misused, that's a conversation and a piece of work that we are trying to work through, building on data governance practices in other areas. So I would say at this point, SCALE does not have a full mechanism that takes that on, and we are looking to each system to govern their data and use their data according to those practices that are established, whether that's in police, TTC, or the TDSB happens to be another data partner. But perhaps my colleague from TPS may have more.
Thank you, Commissioner. TPS has a well-established race-based data collection mechanism. I'm sure I can go on for hours here talking about it. So all of the actions, the enforcement actions that we take certainly go through that filter so that we can better understand who we're interacting with and what the disparity of the outcomes are in that respect. But I can tell you that the majority of our interactions in our work within the system over this last month, really, where we've dedicated resources to it, has really been about connecting people to services. And overwhelmingly, that is trying to connect people to address issues of homelessness and being precariously housed. And so that's really where our focus has been, and really not on the enforcement end of it. So while I'd like to, give you a ton of stats here, the reality is that most of it is to connect people to other services.
I know there's a mechanism for...
Your time, sorry.
Oh, is it?
To interrupt. Your time is up. We can come back to you, just to be fair to the others. So do you want more questions? I can come back to you. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just before we start, just on a point of personal privilege, I would just like to say hello to Staff Superintendent Moira. It's been a long time. I wish I was in the room to shake his hand and say hello, but I just wanted to say hello to him. For my questions, I wanted to ask, what is the current CEO's delegated expenditure authority?
So through the chair, the CEO's current authority is that he or she is able to award $5 million in contracts, amend at $2.5 million, and single source or unbudgeted items at $500,000.
Okay, and we want to raise that to $15 million, correct?
So through the chair, just to be clear, only in the circumstances of an emergency as we've defined in this report.
Okay, and why was that not dealt with or brought up with during the budget process that we just went through at the city?
So through the chair, it's not really, it's a matter of policy, it's not really for the budget process itself. We're looking at various instances. This is now the third time we've come to the board because we did this through COVID, we did this with our cybersecurity breach, and so the recommendation here is to just make that definition permanent and to provide that kind of provision as a permanent response to these now 3 different types of emergent issues that the TTC has dealt with in the last 2 to 3 years.
Okay, and the PTC Stabilization Reserve Fund, what's the balance in that now?
So through the chair, the current balance is 99.9 million. However, there are budgeted draws from that were approved through the 23 budget. some of which are to deal with some startup costs, one-time costs, and disruption costs related to the LRT. But the other part of it is associated with a draw to limit the fare increase that was approved through the budget. So with those potential draws occurring, by the end of the year, it'd be about $68 million.
Okay, and I seem to remember Ms. Levita at the last board meeting when asked about this fund, and we were doing the draw for to subsidize the fare increase, and you said this fund would be replenished by the end of the year.
So through the chair, our hope is that through our year-end report, when we report on our year-end results, which will be at the April board meeting, you will see that there will be underspending there, and that we would be recommending to the city that some or all of that underspending be used to replenish the stabilization reserve, but that is subject to council approval.
Okay, and that's for the item today, and also subsidizing the fare increase monies?
So that would be about, so through the chair, that would be through whatever underspending that's provided by year end could go into the reserve. In terms of this 15 million, what we're saying is it's up to and only if necessary. So should there be underspending in 2023, we would look to absorb those costs before we actually have to draw. So but we need a funding source to be able to commit.
Okay, and then in this report, in terms of security, and I guess this is to Ms. Levita again. So there's, my understanding, it's $1.7 million a month for Toronto Police Services, correct?
Through the chair, that's my understanding as well from the other information provided, but that is not a charge to us today.
Yeah, and then, so the other charge in this report that does go to us, it's 50 temporary security guards for $800,000, correct?
That's correct.
And is that different than the $500,000 for Star Security that's unbudgeted?
So through the chair, sorry, I'm just trying to find the page. The Star Security is unbudgeted, and that's part of the authority that we're seeking. We have a contract in place, and depending on kind of the full extent that we need to use it, that would be part of the CEO's delegated authority, but subject to reporting back to the board.
Okay, and then the other line item that was mentioned, the One Community Solutions, also unbudgeted for $500,000, and we were not able to piggyback onto a city shelter contract. We couldn't leverage that contract. We're spending another $500,000 on that, unbudgeted, correct?
Through the chair, it's $300,000. That's on page 4 of the report.
Councillor Ainsley,
Okay.
your time is up. Sorry, your time is up. I'm going to go back to Councillor Moyes. Do you have more questions?
No, I have questions.
Okay, I'm going to have more questions.
Okay, so Councillor Moyes is next, and this is the first round, sir.
Through
Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, I guess.
Through your,
I don't know.
You should
I
say
don't know.
through
Whatever.
yourself.
Oh, who knows?
Okay.
I'm just barely hanging on. I think this is to Mr. Tanner. Could you tell us a little bit of the difference between MDOT and, let's say, streets to homes workers, just for the benefit of everyone in this room?
Yes, certainly. Thanks for the question. And Gord Tanner here with Shelter Support and Housing. So, our street outreach workers are, social workers, social service workers. They're out on the street connecting with individuals who are homeless, developing a case plan, and ideally the goal is to get them into housing. We've worked very closely with what we launched in about 2006 called the MDOT program, which is a mobile, multidisciplinary outreach team, MDOT, which is housed at a mental health community-based agency called Loft Community Services. And the work of that team is to bring mental health skilled professionals out with our outreach teams to connect with people that have mental health challenges, and ideally work with them to develop, again, a case plan around getting into permanent housing with supports. That team has some primary care supports behind it, so there's a nurse as part of this team and a psychiatrist that follows the caseload of the team and can provide support as well.
Thank you. So would it be safe to say that Streets to Homes they're out in the system identifying people, working with people, but then they would call MDOT in to deal with specific situations?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So that's one part of how this could work and how it currently works out in the street, perhaps. I think with this enhancement in partnership with the TTC, we'll also have this team doing some ride-alongs or in the system, working and also learning and understanding what some of the unmet needs are in the system as well.
Okay, thank you. And then in what situations would either of those, whether Streets to Homes or MDOT, call the police?
Through you, Chair Burnside, it would depend on a situation where, there was a significant health and safety issue that staff identified and needed more support with. With respect to their deployment within the TTC system, they are carrying walkie-talkies and in touch regularly with transit control. I don't know, I'm learning the language myself, and also accompanying the special constables in doing a lot of this outreach work. So it may not be a call to the police, it might be, seeking some additional support on the safety side.
Thank you. And now I think to the police. When you come across a person that's in need of help, and I'll articulate it that way, what would your steps be? Who would you be contacting, or is it just yourselves?
When we encounter, you're talking on the system itself, or in
now I'm actually talking about the system.
Yeah. So right now with the supports and all of them coming online, we would connect depending on what we identified the need is. Oftentimes, people are experiencing, mental health, homelessness, and addiction. So it really depends on what draws our attention to them. We often connect with Streets to Homes, and it's not a question of who leads, but who leads when. And we are trying to work with all of the partners on the system. However, it falls only to us to assess somebody who's in need of protection, right? And somebody who is a danger to themselves or others. And so that's where we can, depending, we deal with very young people as well, under 16 sometimes, and so they could be a child in need of protection. And we also deal with the Mental Health Act, so anybody who's a danger to themselves or others, in which case we have a responsibility, a duty to apprehend that person and bring them to a hospital. And, we've done that on a number of occasions within the system during our 1 month deployment.
Okay, thank you. So would it be safe to assume or safe to say that until the situation elevates to one of safety, whether it's of the individual or other people within the system, that your default is actually to collaborate with other, I'll say agencies, the city, or whoever that may be?
Yes, it's basically to connect people to the other city services.
Not to enforce?
No, not to enforce it. There's really, at that point, there's nothing really to enforce. There's an unmet core need there, and we have to provide them with that support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, back to you.
Thank you, and through the chair. Just to continue my line of questioning somewhat. So the $15 million being requested for delegated responsibility for emergency purposes. I know it says here, risk of health, safety, security, cybersecurity, property, environment, and other public interests of the TTC. What does that actually mean? Does that mean that if any of these issues become a problem, that you would hire more special constables, more police in the system? Because we just went through all of this, not too long ago, having 80 additional officers on the system, hiring more special constables. What exactly does this? Where would this money go to? Because I would have issue if it was for enforcement. Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'll take that then. Right now, what we have done is identify where we believe the money's being spent. We don't have an indication of what other needs are in the are out there, but what we're looking at is historically we've done the 15 million twice before, right? Keeping it consistent and putting it in a third time. But we report back right away on anything that was initiated that would spend money, though. I've talked to the chief of police and I've talked to Peter myself about the time frame in which they will leave. You know, they're short of resources as well in funding. But, you know, depending on the time when we get through March, what we look like when we start sharing the data and we see the impact that we're having, bringing all these people into a station.
So when you say speaking to the police, that's fine, but I would imagine that they're one group that you speak to. Would you speak to, let's say, the ATU 113 folks as well, who are on the ground and doing the work themselves?
Absolutely. As of yesterday, I met with the president of ATU here at City Hall. I go out on a regular basis over the last 2.5 weeks, been in the front line with employees, bus operators at the garages, mechanics, station personnel, getting feedback from them, and a lot of positive feedback that I'm receiving for the staff, what we've done, putting station staffing out there and seeing police officers on supporting bus operators on buses.
If I may just clarify, the numbers that have been identified for the unbudgeted items in the report only take us till May. So as we try to assess what is the right balance of requirements, that delegated authority allows the CO to extend some contracts beyond May if required.
I think you mentioned this already, but I missed part of it. But the $15 million that you're asking here for delegated expenditure authority, where would that money come from?
Through the chair, what we've identified as the funding source is the reserve, the stabilization reserve that TTC has, and it would only be used if necessary. Essentially, the practice is we have to have a funding source when we award contracts, you know, in principle and by fact, and so we would use that as the funding source. However, by year end, if we have underspending overall as a TTC, we could choose not to draw from the reserve. So we will only use it if absolutely necessary, but we need an upfront funding source.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. This is your first round? Okay, well, we'll go back to Councillor Ainsley and then come back to you. Councillor Ainsley, please, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask about the yellow strips that are in particular on the subway cars. So if that strip gets pressed, what is the response process for that? I know when I ride the GO train, if somebody presses that strip, there's a mid-train conductor that they publicly identify the car that the strip was pushed in, and the mid-train Metrolinx employee goes to that car to identify what the issue is. How does that work on a TTC subway car? If there's police on that car, on that train, or in the vicinity, are they contacted? Like, what happens when I press that yellow strip? How does somebody come to help me?
Through the chair, I'll try to answer that. So all the alarms, this is an alarm that gets generated and it gets received by our transit control center. Our transit control center are our dispatchers, and they ultimately can respond and dispatch a variety of different folks depending from station staff to special constables. That's generally the process, how it plays out when you hit the yellow strip.
So if I'm in a tunnel, I'm in the tunnel, you know, between whatever Warden and Kennedy, and I hit the strip and I'm going to Kennedy. When I get to Kennedy, are there staff that are going to respond to try to figure out why I pressed that strip?
Yeah, through the chair,
you
absolutely.
have to wait, or?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. The train will stop, and response personnel will go to the train based on what the response personnel see. They'll take the appropriate action. So the train will definitely stop at the next station. The train will remain stationary, and response personnel will respond and take the necessary steps.
Okay. And what is the, once again, I'm in between Warden and Kennedy. I hit the strip, the train stops at Kennedy. What's the response time? Is there a standard that has to be met?
So the response time should be immediate in the sense that there should be station staff that will be pretty much stationed at Kennedy that will be able to respond immediately. Then again, this depending on what the response is, and we need to call 911, then we'll get the 911 personnel, and that's pretty much in the hands of 911. If it's a security incident, 911 will be called. We'll get our special constables dispatched. So it really depends on what the issue is, but the expectation is as the train rolls into the station and stays, it will remain stationary, and the station staff will be there to assess and then communicate with our transit control staff. We'll then make all the necessary conversation or start dispatching the necessary folks.
Okay, all right. And to Mr. Leary, a couple of weeks ago, I sent an email. I think I sent it to most of the commissioners and yourself about Wi-Fi in the stations and using that as a mechanism to supplement the yellow security strip. When do you think I'll be getting an answer back on that?
Through the chair, we can provide an answer almost immediately following this on your specific questions that you sent to the CEO. But with respect to public access to like 911, today they can have access to that because we have agreements with the telco providers that if anyone dials 911 in our tunnels, they will be able to have access to emergency services. So that exists today. With respect to public Wi-Fi, we have a contract with AI, and they are able to, they're working with the telcos to provide cellular access in our tunnels, but public Wi-Fi is not, has not been identified right now as part of that contract.
So you're saying that if I'm on a subway train anywhere underground in the system, even though my phone says no cell phone service available, I can call 911?
That's correct, and that's because currently today, Freedom Mobile has access to cellular in our tunnels, and because of that enablement, it also allows other telco providers to have access to 911.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Halliday, you're next.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity for the follow-on questions. I just wondered if staff could let me know what the exit plan is for the 50 security officers. What's the future hold for that? It's an interim step, right, if I read that correctly?
Through you, Chair, at this juncture, everything that we're planning on is through to May. And through the month of April, assessing what the need on how much further to go. And as Josie had said, it's budgeted that way.
Okay, and then do we have people in place to manage the contract? I'm thinking of my audit days and things I've learned, but it takes a lot of work to manage a contract of that size. Who's tasked with that, and are they resourced to do it?
I apologize, can I repeat that question?
So who is tasked with managing the contract for the security officers? And are they within the TTC? Are they resourced to take on that work?
So yes, we are tasked with managing that contract, and we are resourced to manage that work, yes.
Okay, and you have some ideas on how you will measure whether or not the additional officers are effective in what they've been brought in to do? And do you have ability to adjust what they're being brought in to do to make sure that they're being responsive and effective? Maybe what I'm getting at is the last thing I want to see when I'm in the system is somebody standing there staring at the wall, right? We'd like to know that they're active in their work and that they're doing what we hope they've been brought in to do.
So we have through the chair, we have a full deployment schedule of what our special constables are doing, as well as what staff security is doing, and so we're measuring and monitoring what they're doing. Primarily, they're also helping with closures of the subway station. So so we know exactly what they're doing and are going to continue to monitor and adjust when needed. So that is something that's critically part of this program.
And that's what I was getting at. So there's some flexibility to adjust, that you're getting maximum value out of them.
Absolutely. It's a very dynamic program.
I heard, so there's a plan to keep them into May, and I know there's some budget limitations, but is there a plan to transfer this type of work internally as we resource up, or what is the end point of this? Do we know?
I think through this program, we're going to continue to monitor to see what's happening.
Okay.
You know, we're also staffing up with special constables, and so we're in the process of training and having new recruits come online, and so as that happens, we'll be able to assess the need for continuous security.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, what I'm hoping is the security guards will be eyes and ears. Are they fully equipped and instructed and taught how to access all of the various sub-resources that a frontline person would need to be able to engage with, whether they could raise an MDOT person, or they could bring in the police, they could call for help through the special constables, through this, you know, are they going to be well connected, or are they left on their own?
Through the chair, that's part of the training, so that they have access to all the tools, information, and know who to contact when, under whatever the situation is. Absolutely.
Okay, so they're truly frontline. Customer service even, I guess, would be within the mix.
They're fully frontline, public facing, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move to speakers, and I have one person so far, but anyone else want to put their name? Commissioner and Osborne. Anyone on the line, virtual? Okay, so I've got Moyes and Osborne. We'll start with Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just have one amendment. You can put it on the screen for me, please. It's a pretty easy breezy, shouldn't be a problem. And it reads, it's an amendment, request that the Chief Exec Officer provide members of the board with detailed updates on expenditures when they're made through the Delegated Expenditure Authority as defined in Recommendation 2, as well as providing report on the expenditure at the next TTC board meeting. So really it's pertaining to the $15 million, in that when it is used, that it's just, you know, the board is aware of it and what it's used for. It's just a matter of accountability. So I know that speaking to Mr. O'Leary, that that was something that was, I think, in the report to do anyway at some point, but I just think whenever the money is being used, that the board is made aware and the public's made aware as to what the funds are used for. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Moyes. Any questions of the mover? Okay, seeing none, we'll hold that till everyone's spoken, and then we'll come back to that. Commissioner Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are dealing with some very complex social issues here, and I think if the people who are tasked with really solving these were sitting around a table, I don't think anybody would be saying, hey, let's call Rick Leary at the TTC and get him to fix it. So the reason I was asking the accounting questions was just to make sure that the dollars that are being spent are being acknowledged in the relevant agencies, so that if we've got an additional, and it sounds to me like a significant number, it might not be to them, but all those streets to homes, that when they look at their own books and they're sitting there saying, we spent X or Y on streets to homes, that the money that we are spending is reflected there, so that they have visibility on all of the magnitude of the money being spent, which is a reflection of the magnitude of the problem, and when they come to making recommendations down the road for how we fix these things, that they have a true reflection of the money being spent. So that was where I was going with those questions, just to make sure that whether we spend the money or not, that each of the relevant social agencies has those dollars reflected so that we can go about getting these things fixed. So that was the motivation for the question on the accounting, not that I begrudge the expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. I think we've come to the end of this discussion. So first, I would like to call the question on Councillor Moyes' motion. So all in favor? Any opposed? I think that's unanimous. Done. All right. You did. You delivered what you promised. Excellent. So then we move to the, now we have an emotion for item 3, and so you've got the motion in front of you. I think approve an amendment to the TTC's authorization for expenditure. Well, no, it's the whole thing, right? It's under item 3. It's quite long. Do we want to put it up so everybody, or does everybody have it? Everybody feel comfortable with that? Because if you feel comfortable with it, then we would move it as amended with Councillor Moyes' amendment. So let me, all in favor? Any opposed? Done. Unanimous. I'm going to hand the chair back to the chair.
No, you do it. Can you not just finish it?
Well, you're in the room. Isn't that illegal?
Is it? No, come on.
You want to just relax, do you?
I'm enjoying the show. It's wonderful.
Vice Chair, we're going to recess.
All right, well, guess what? We're going to recess for lunch. Now, how long do we have?
Until 2:15.
2:15. Everybody be back here at 2:15 because we're starting without you. hello, everybody. If we can get everybody to their seats, we've got quorum, so we're going to start in 2 minutes. You've got 2 minutes to go to the bathroom, get your coffee, call your mother, whatever. All right, well, welcome back, councillors, commissioners. We are going to start with item 4, but before we do that, I think Angela has a statement that she would like to make. So Angela Gibson, over to you.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to correct what I said earlier about access to the 911 system in our tunnel system. So customers have access to the Wi-Fi, the customers have access to 911 through the Freedom Mobile Network, and that's in the Downtown U, TYSSE, and at stations. So it's not through all the tunnels in their network. So it's everywhere you have access to Freedom Mobile, and that's in those locations.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move to item 4, and I believe we have a couple of deputants for this item. So Chris-Anne, could you line them up for us?
Thank you, Vice Chair. The first deputant is Sheila Pisey Allen.
Welcome, Sheila.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm just here to speak about one element of the Fare Modernization Update and a human rights and accessibility concern that has been flagged to you by the Ontario Human Rights Commission. This report recommends that, or states that the TTC will stop selling tokens on March 10th, 2023. And so I just am here to remind you of some past correspondence from the Human Rights Commission and also past analysis from the TTC. So in 2016, the TTC's analysis was that there was a need for at least 421 locations to sell TTC fare media. And right now, the Presto, the report in front of you is very clear that 100% of the requirements of Metrolinx in the fare contract are unfulfilled, that third-party fare network, resale network, I should say, hasn't happened. In 2019, and this is in a letter I sent to you, because I think in 2019, this board made a decision that if Metrolinx didn't fulfill this requirement, that there would be a human rights complaint filed against them, because this is an access issue, especially for people in the northwest of Toronto and for people in Scarborough. And then in 2021, the Ontario Human Rights Commission wrote a letter to the TTC and Metrolinx flagging that the lack of access to purchasing Presto tickets and reloading Presto cards is a human rights issue. And, you know, especially we're all seeing the snow this week, right? What this means concretely is that if you are someone who needs to walk 15, 20 minutes to somewhere to purchase Presto media, I mean, that is just not accessible to you. We had a report here about fare evasion. I mean, there's people who just cannot go out and purchase Presto tickets. So we're urging you to follow the recommendations that this board, you know, made in 2019, but also to pause that, you know, to continue selling tokens until this access issue is addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Any questions of our deputant? Anyone on screen? I didn't see any. Sheila, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next deputant, Chris. Oh, sorry. Did I hear somebody?
Our next speaker.
Oh, our next speaker.
Yep.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Adam Colquhoun. Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was unmuted already. Thank you for unmuting. Anyway, as Sheila just stated, I was gonna state some of the same issues, but where I'm gonna is already we've talked about fare evasion, and we learned that one of the key things on fare evasion is lack of access. And for you to actually even admitting in the report, in the public part of the report, that Metrolinx and Presto have sort of just sat on their hands and said, we are not going to make any more changes. Taking tokens out of stores is going to be troublesome. And we learned during the pandemic, everybody was pretty good at getting their first 2 shots when everybody that really wanted to had loads of opportunities to get their shots. But when it came to our boosters and our 3rd and 4th shot, uptake hasn't been as high because it's been harder to find shots. And doctors were saying, if you really want more people to get the shot, you need to make the shot as convenient as the beef patty. As ubiquitous with Toronto, and tokens and TTC Fair Media for many years was as ubiquitous as the Jamaican patty or the beef patty or the meat patty, whatever you want to call it. So we do have to definitely keep it as ubiquitous to make it so that people in the outer reaches of the city, or even people like me, where if my Presto card wasn't working right now, I wouldn't be able to even get myself to Union Station, with the fact that snow clearing has been a mess. And I know a few of you probably saw me on TV yesterday and on the news talking about that. So we really do need to look at some of these issues before you take it out of more places, and you really do have to fight back and leave Fair Media and all the outlets, or really tell the Presto that you want to put it in more places, because Shoppers Drug Mart doesn't even really. Galen Weston may have wanted to that you reload your Presto at the Shoppers Drug Mart, but the frontline staff sure don't want to do it. And if you go to Shoppers Drug Mart, it's mostly a bunch of self-checkout and maybe one or two employees at cash, and they really don't want to slow down to help people reload their Presto cards. End of thought.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions from the commissioners to Adam? I don't see any questions for you, Adam, so thank you so much for taking the time to present to us. And now we'll move on. This is, we're going to come back to this item. It's an in-camera item, so we will hold questions and we'll come back to it. We will come back to those when we're in camera. So we'll move on to item 6, and we have a number of deputants. We've had also a late a deputation request from Jamal Myers, Ward 23 Councillor. In order to allow that, I need a motion, please, to add him to the list. Thank you, Councillor Moyes, and seconded by, no, I guess we don't need a seconder. Okay. All in favor? Excellent. Okay, so he'll come in at some point and we'll give him the floor, but we'll start. Chris-Anne, we've got a number of other deputants, so why don't you call our first one?
Thank you. Our first deputant is Alan Wool. I don't see him in the broadcast right now, so we'll move on to Adam Colquhoun. Go ahead, Adam. Adam, please go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't realize you had called me again. If I would have known, I would have just stayed on. As you can tell, with even the way people were talking today, nobody can even make sense of some of the schedules. And having delays on a lot of these bus routes, which is going to affect more of the front line workers, and is going to probably even have direct effects on me, even someone downtown, because my staff have to live out in these outer reaches, and delays in buses may even make some of them want to replace their jobs and stuff. And another issue that I want to say is an accessibility and equity issue, even in your report, is I think it would just quickly decided to cut and paste the table from the report into the document, and it was unreadable for me. I had to search and search for other places to even look at the table of all the affected bus routes. And again, I really don't think as much of an equity lens was really put on these changes to this bus route. I definitely know that they were not talked about when the service consultations were going on last year. So I definitely know not enough of the community was adequately consulted when these changes actually came down the line. So I definitely think that when doing stuff like this again, an equity angle has to be put in place. Although, if you guys want to make the family of services a success, even how it would affect possible users with disabilities that you're trying to get off Wheel-Trans with these changes. Again, these changes seem to have been given to us without the proper community consultations. Again, and the thought.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions of our speaker, presenter? Seeing none, we'll call on our next deputant.
Our next speaker is Jamal Myers. Go ahead.
Welcome, Councillor.
Thank you. Oops. So am I asking questions or am I just speaking?
You're speaking, I believe.
Okay.
You're a deputant, so
Okay.
you can't ask us questions at this point.
Okay, well, I'll just leave my questions unanswered then.
Okay.
So I think one of the concerns many people in Scarborough have is just like what type of equity analysis was applied to these route adjustments. So I speak as not just a city councillor, but I think as the only Scarborough city councillor who actually takes the TTC regularly. I take the 133. And to get from my home to here takes an hour and a half. And I'm just wondering, you know, and I consider myself privileged because if I'm running late, I have the option of taking an Uber to the subway station. So I'm just wondering, you know, what type of equity analysis was put in place with respect to the service adjustments in Scarborough, particularly when you add it on top of the fact that the SRT will be shutting down next year. So while you might be adding 5 minutes to a particular route because of the adjustments, because of the loss of the SRT, Scarborough commuters are looking to add 15 extra minutes to their commute. So that's looking at like potentially 20 minutes of extra travel time. For someone like me who it already takes an hour and a half to get to where I'm going, I'm looking at a 2-hour commute almost each way. So I don't think that there was a proper equity analysis or equity impact analysis done as with respect to how these routes are affecting people in Scarborough who already have the longest commutes. When I've seen, just looking at the affected routes, disproportionately, it seems as if these routes are in Scarborough. So I'll just leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of our deputant? Seeing none, if I may make a suggestion, Councillor, because inherent in your comments were some helpful or useful questions. I've talked to our CEO, and he'd be happy to arrange a briefing for you afterwards at a convenient time. Thank you. Our next deputant, Chris Ann.
Our next deputant is Alan Buell. Go ahead. Alan Ewell, please go ahead.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, the next slide, please. It may surprise you, but there are some parts of this report that I agree with. There are, of course, other parts of this report that I don't agree with. Next slide, please. Cutting express buses will not increase ridership on the TTC. The 501 Queen is fixable within the current budget. Next slide, please. Some people would call relying on these service adjustments as a Band-Aid solution. It's worse than that. Next slide, please. It's a tourniquet solution. Applied incorrectly or too long and you lose a limb, get out. We need to do more than just service adjustments to get through this. Next slide, please. As the most current CEOs report, we are at about 67% of pre-COVID levels, hence the tourniquet solution. So let's look around and see what's happening elsewhere. Next slide, please. By December 2nd of 2022, Hamilton was at 78% of pre-COVID levels. They use Presto just like the TTC. Next slide, please. They have been aggressively using fare capping in their marketing and for Hamilton Transit to say, and their riders to save money. It was supposed to end originally in December of 2022, but it's now been extended to March 1st. Next slide, please. So after 8 trips in Hamilton, the rest of the week is free. That makes a 4-week monthly pass at 32 trips breaking. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, at the TTC, fare capping has been something we've been talking about. Next slide, please. As of last month, Vancouver had ridership of 82% of pre-COVID levels. Vancouver's recovery ratio is ahead of both New York and Toronto. Next slide, please. Vancouver has a multi-fare system, but for the cost of 2 full fare zone trips on cash or LUM, you can get a day pass. On the TTC, that's 4. Next slide, please. As of last month, Edmonton Transit had their monthly ridership return to pre-COVID levels. Next slide, please. Their version of Presto is the ARC card, and it has both daily and monthly fare caps. Next slide, please. Their discount fare program is so well organized it even includes Ukrainian refugees. Next slide, please. I could go on, but the list is long and embarrassing. Next slide, please. I know we can't fix everything all at once, but we can start small. It is 6 weeks to the next board meeting. Next slide, please. We can direct TTC staff to talk to Presto staff about setting up a daily fare cap for the Presto platform. Remember, Presto is already doing this in Hamilton. This would be set so that after the 3rd fare tap, all other trips that day are free. Remember, Vancouver, it's 2 trips. This project would be a 6-month pilot project from May until December. Next slide, please. This would give Presto 2 full months to get their programming ready before the pilot project. Once approved at the April 13th board meeting, this could go live on May 2nd, 2023. Next slide, please. By reducing the day pass price by just 1 trip and moving the fare cap to Presto, this converts our current day pass from a planned purchase to an impulse buy. Next slide, please. If you know retail, you know planned purchases are how you make sales, impulse buys are how you make profit. Next slide, please. Currently, the TTC Day Pass is only available from vending machines and select Shoppers Drug Mart stores. This means you have to plan to buy a TTC Day Pass. Next slide, please. I suspect sales of this product are incredibly small. Doing a 6-month pilot project with the Day Pass fare cap on the Presto card is a very low-risk study for the TTC to see if it can increase ridership. Setting the proper price point is important. We want to trigger that 2-trip rider into buying a 3rd trip. Hamilton is experiencing ridership growth with an 8-tap weekly fare cap. Ask the people in Mississauga how well their lead balloon of 12 taps per week is taking off. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions for our deputant? Seeing none, thank you. We move to our next deputant, Chrisanne.
Thank you so much. I'm actually, my colleague JJ Fuser's also signed up to speak after me, and she's online. We'd be happy to go together if that makes things easier. And I'm plugging in the HDMI here.
Okay, we're going to do that. Can we put her on the screen? Yep.
And here we go. There we go. So thank you so much for the chance to be here today. My name is Brendan Agnew-Weiler. I've been here many, many times, but always in the back row. It's exciting to be in the front row. It looks very different. I'm one of the co-founders of RideFair. We're a community coalition that came together to address the impact of ride-hailing on the City of Toronto from multiple lenses. And as our policy goals, we have your policy goals. We're here to help the city achieve its Transform TOT goals, its Vision Zero goals, all of that. But today, we're talking about TTC service principles, right? This is in our report today. And I want to focus on that third category, about matching capacity with demand, accounting for varying degrees of ridership recovery and new demand for customer travel. The emphasis is really strong on ridership recovery and this idea that demand is somehow fixed. The reality is that demand is elastic. Demand responds to many factors. We know this. And it had actually started falling well before COVID. In the 2013 to 2017 period, we saw adult rides drop 16 million. This was camouflaged by an increase in other fare categories. And TTC suggested, correctly, this is consistent with our analysis, that the soft ridership was happening across North America. This is everybody's problem. We all saw this. But we ask ourselves, why was this happening? We looked at employment. Obviously, that's a key driver of transit ridership. And you can see in the period, in the late 2000s, we managed to rise ridership while employment stayed relatively level through investments in service and passenger communications. But I won't say there's anything inclusive about employment. In 2017, TTC had a report on this, and they were speculating, why is ridership going down? And there was a suggestion, this is quoted from TTC, the population growth, perhaps, had increased congestion and slower traffic affected the transit network. I would suggest that if you're in a place where the city is too dense for transit to work, you've gone into a world that certainly bears deeper investigation and possibly investments in streetcar service. Where the numbers get really interesting is when Uber and Lyft came to town. In the period shifting forward a couple of years to right before the pandemic, the 3 years before the pandemic, we saw a $17 million total ridership drop at TTC, combined with about a $31.5 million increase on PTC ridership. That's a lot of rides that we're losing. Question is, are those the same people who are transferred? Well, let's find out. We looked at aggregated studies from the United States. We've done a lot of analysis on this. In 22 US cities, we see that, yes, every time ride-hailing apps are allowed to operate in a city, there is a consistent, significant cumulative drop in transit ridership. And it is overwhelmingly within the city, subways, light rail, buses, not commuter rail. They're not serving the suburbs, they're serving downtown, which is exactly, as we were discussing earlier, where we are having to withdraw service because the ridership isn't there. On the streetcar network, on the subway, downtown. Now, I'm sure you've all met with Uber. I've seen the lobbyist registry. I know they come in and they talk to people. I'm sure TTC has had meetings. In the public, they say, we want to integrate with transit service. We heard Councillor Myers saying he uses Uber to get to the subway. That's fair. And they tell us a good story about that integrated transit service. But, you know, I've worked in communications. I know there are certain truths we can choose to say and not say. But when you speak to your investors, you have to tell the real truth. So this is from Uber's IPO. In 2019, they see transit ridership as a massive market opportunity. They need to get people onto Uber as an alternative to public transportation, and they want to replace public transportation one use case at a time. You, my friends, the TTC, you are a use case, and they're replacing you one at a time. So, I still haven't proven that those rides came off TTC. Bear with me. The City of Toronto, before the pandemic, actually did a study where they interviewed Uber riders and PTC riders to see what their alternative mode of transportation was. 54% would have taken transit had they not taken Uber. That's compared to 6% who came out of personal cars. And this is consistent with all the other cities where we have data. And you notice the cities with the biggest drop are the cities with the biggest transit ridership, like New York there. Really quick numbers. How much is this lost ridership costing TTC? Well, I'm going to show you my math, because that's how you have to get full marks, you have to show your math, right? 54% of PTC trips came off of transit, according to the City of Toronto's numbers. We say that's 31.4 million rides. 31.4 million rides times the average fare that year, $235, $74 million. And I put it before you today that we would not be having this discussion about service cuts had the city treated Uber differently when it came to the market. Had we said we have a historic right to, the city sets the number of vehicles in service at a time, sets the fares, sets the industry standards, all that, had they left those in place, maybe you'd have $74 or more million more a year. But this is all numbers that are available from the public database. We would love to have access to the more detailed information that we know you have, and we know the city has, and that the John Tory campaign committed to publicizing during the election, but nobody's published yet, as to what's actually happening on our streets. Luckily, back in 2021, your predecessors, the TTC Commission, asked staff to undertake a study on the impact of ride-hailing on transit. That was in May 2021. In December, City Council reinforced that and expanded it to broader policy goals. So it's been 2 years. We're thrilled that this analysis is happening. We would love to see the numbers because we think there's definitely, we've shown you the tip of the iceberg here, there's definitely something that bears investigating. So I respectfully, humbly suggest that please share the numbers, share your analysis with us. We'd love to help you move people out of private cars, back onto transit, because we think there are ways that the city and TTC together can actually help shape demand instead of just responding to it. Thank you so much for your time. I would love to take your questions.
Thank you.
Oh, and JJ is online as well. She would understand the modeling in much more detail than I would. So if you have any questions about the numbers and details, I'd be
we'll
happy to
take, the questions will be to both of you. So, Councillor Halliday, please go ahead.
Can you just unpack the last statement about shaping demand? What do you mean by that?
So the city has decided, so I was at City Hall once, prior to 2010, and we had a policy of moving people off of private cars into transit, right? On bikes, everything else. When I left, suddenly I'm working in a firm, and everybody's taking Ubers ever, and wondering why. Uber had one, it was allowed to flood the street with cars, offering at much lower costs. It was operating at a loss because it had massive subsidies. It was underpaying drivers consistently. And in order to get wait times down to 3 minutes, they had way more cars in service than there's actually demand for. So they're causing huge amounts of congestion on our streets. I was fascinated by all this. So the city chose to put those policies in place. So I put it to you that if the city wants to flood the streets with tens of thousands of private cars operating subsidized transit-like service, then you should report the impact of that to the city, and the city can choose how it addresses that. Because the city decides how vehicles for hire are operating, right? It can decide not to have 90,000 drivers out there circulating, waiting for fares, empty half the time.
So how does exercising one of those choices in terms of the number of vehicles circulating shape demand?
Demand is, well, first of all, why are people taking Uber and not transit? Because it's cheap, it's abundant, it's available, it's easy. I think we asked you quite clearly, well, staff are asked by the commission to investigate this. Let's figure out what's going on. Let's figure out what is motivating people. Maybe we need to do some market analysis into rider behavior. I don't know. I don't have access to that. But people are clearly, I think, demonstrably making the choice to leave transit to take Uber instead. And it definitely bears investigating.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I add an answer to Brendan's?
Sure,
If there's no
please
other
go
question?
ahead.
Thanks very much. I think, two things that we need to be aware of. Total travel times are important in making transportation decisions. Overall cost, opportunity cost, these all factor into the decision on which mode of transportation we're going to take. And the Transform TO framework wants us to figure out how to help Torontonians make the decision to use more sustainable modes of transportation. When there's an interaction here, when more people decide to take private cars in some form or another, including Uber and Lyft, we take revenue out of the TTC, and then we see down the road, we see service cuts, longer travel time, and fare increases, which changed that equation. I think in the budget committee consultations, we heard a lot about the dread transit death spiral that we're trying to avoid. And what we're here to point out today is the way we regulate vehicles for hire and kind of Torontonians' overall transportation choices contributes to that dynamic, either positively or negatively.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we're going to move on to our last deputant, Chris Ann.
The final speaker on this item is Marvin Alfred.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, welcome, Marvin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm president of ATU Local 13, representing 12,000 of transit workers for the TTC, and I'm here today to talk about service cuts. Combined with the fare increase, these cuts are a threat to the long-term viability of our transit system. Experts have warned you that you could send ridership into a death spiral. I ask you to make these cuts public when you consider the budget, but the public only learned of the full scope when the agenda for this meeting was published. You will not even vote on the service cuts. The recommendation is just to forward the report to the city and other transit operators. Forwarding a report is a job for the mailroom, not the board. Your job is to exercise democratic control over our transit system. This is extremely poor governance. Riders rely on you to make sure decisions happen in public and in the public interest. Today, you are being asked to spend $50 million on unknown security measures. This is more than twice the council's total discretionary spending on the entire city budget. It's also almost exactly how much the fare increase will bring in. At a minimum, you should know what the new security measures are and that they will work before spending the money. We've had some high-profile incidents lately, but this is not new. Transit workers have tirelessly worked to help gather data and provide information to improve service and overall safety for years. We hope being heard now is not just because it's in the media and being made public. It's not up to workers and the public to make sure TTC staff give you the necessary information to make informed decisions. It's up to you. I will clearly be here again in the future to try to influence your decisions. That's my job. Today, though, I'm asking that the board make decisions about TTC service and have the information necessary to make smart decisions. Thank you, and I'll be here to take questions, especially on things like service to capacity, things like that don't work, or anything that impacts service for the public. So I'm here to take any questions you like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marvin. Any questions for our deputant? I don't see any hands up, so thank you so much for coming to deputate.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Now, we've got a presentation, I understand, for this item, so are we lined up for that?
Yep.
Who's our presenter?
Yes, through the chair, while Lawrence and Connor are getting themselves set up, just wanted to remind you that the report that's before you today is really based on the 2023 operating budget that identified that we would reach ridership, end-of-year ridership levels of 75% of pre-COVID ridership. And for that, we would design our system based for 91% of service from currently in the 96% of service that we have today. So we have Lawrence Louis, who is the acting head of service planning and scheduling, who's going to walk you through the principles that we're using to make those decisions and actually give you some highlights as to early learnings and what we've been and the impacts that this will have on our customers. Lawrence.
Thanks, Angela. So good afternoon, Commission or Board. I'll start today by talking about, if we go to the first slide, about how, as the TTC, we are continuing to make service changes and schedule adjustments throughout the year to ensure that our service remains at the right place at the right time while continuing to deliver safe, reliable, and equitable service across the city. The changes will occur in our March and May service periods that will provide a better alignment of observed and forecasted ridership with our pre-existing service standards, recognizing that we continue to get more up-to-date data on an ongoing basis that will help inform changes as the year progresses. We see 2023 as an inflection point where we are achieving more stability and predictability after the pandemic while recognizing further opportunities to improve our processes. These processes that are central to these processes are our three core principles of service, which continue to be protecting transit access across the city, maintaining service coverage, including periods of service across the city, to deliver a more reliable service that is predictable and consistent for our customers, and to match capacity with demand by accounting for varying degrees of ridership recovery while looking at new opportunities to grow customer travel. Next slide. By the end of this spring, system-wide service levels will change from approximately 96% of pre-pandemic levels to 91%, while system-wide ridership is projected to increase from 69% to 75% of pre-pandemic levels by the end of the year. We know that ridership differs by mode, with a greater proportion of our customers on buses. Our bus customers are also most likely to be from equity-deserving communities and are also most dependent on transit. This need informed where we aligned service, with proportionally less impact on our surface bus and streetcar routes than on subway. The proposed service also reflects the more dynamic nature of our bus service and ridership and the need to provide more resiliency in service levels, recognizing that it is far easier for us to increase subway service on an ad hoc basis, such as during special events, or if ridership patterns change by inserting additional trains. It is also important to note that service capacity is just one element of the total hours of service that we operate, and therefore it is not only related to ridership levels. The percentage reflects the total hours that we spend on our operators to drive buses, streetcars, and subway trains. There are many reasons why service hours may increase while ridership does not change. If traffic congestion increases, like on many of our mixed traffic bus and streetcar routes, we may require more hours of service today than we did before to provide the same capacity. We may have also extended some of our routes or changed the routing to serve new areas, like recently to the Amazon warehouse in Northeast Scarborough, so that our customers have a shorter walk. To further provide resiliency to our bus service, we will continue to schedule demand-responsive buses and deploy them as we monitor ridership through this spring. Finally, we will reiterate that monitoring and adjustment is an ongoing process that's central to the service planning process. We have the opportunity to change our scheduled service 10 times a year, and what we learn from this winter and this spring will inform where we can reinvest and reallocate the service, especially as we enter the fall. Next slide. This slide outlines the key components of our service alignment process. First, ridership forecasts were developed based on current observed ridership and travel patterns for year-end 2023. These forecasts are higher than the current observed demand into the fall and this winter, providing some room for growth from current demand while providing resiliency and flexibility to make service adjustments as ridership trends become clear. Second, we are resuming the use of our regular vehicle capacity standards in peak periods, which were temporarily suspended during the pandemic to provide more physical distancing. Third, we will have some temporary adjustments to our other service standards, including tolerating more standees in off-peak periods on vehicles before adding more capacity. We will also adjust our minimum service levels in the subway from every 6 minutes or better to every 8 minutes or better, primarily during the lowest ridership periods in the late evenings. These adjustments help to protect service at times of the highest demand, with opportunities to revisit these changes in the future. Last, we will protect key aspects of our service, including on-time performance initiatives to make sure that we operate a reliable service, our 30-minute minimum service guarantee in all of our operating periods, service coverage by time and geography, and planned network changes through the rest of the year, including operating new LRT lines and bus service to replace Line 3. Next slide. The first phase of changes will occur on March 26, 2023 and are outlined on this slide. The majority of the changes on the bus network will take place in March, with bus service going from 97% to 95% of pre-pandemic levels before going to 94% in May. The changes in March affect 37 daytime routes and 2 overnight routes across 327 periods of operation. The details of these changes are attached to the board report. The weekday subway changes will take place on Line 2 and on Line 4 at all times in March, whereas changes to Line 1 will occur in May, coincided with planned minor construction works for the Yonge North Subway extension at Finch Station. As we adjust service levels, we'll also make changes to improve on-time performance and adjust for operational requirements. We'll also take the opportunity to improve our schedules. So in some cases where we are reducing the frequency of service, we are going to make sure that those schedules are staggered properly, especially if there's overlapping routes. We'll also make changes to accommodate construction projects, including at the Scarborough Centre Bus Terminal, as we prepare for bus replacement of Line 3. There will be fewer changes that are happening in May, with a greater focus on other adjustments for seasonality in construction, some of which I will touch on towards the end of this presentation. Next slide. This map shows the routes that will have service level adjustments shown in red and include the streetcar routes that have had adjustments alongside construction project phasing. In addition, there are routes that are highlighted in orange or light yellow that indicate corridors where schedules were adjusted to improve on-time performance and reliability, which I will touch on in a moment. What is important to show in this map is that many of the routes that provide the most localized service coverage for customers, that are most dependent on our services, have remained unchanged. Next slide. We would also like to take the opportunity to highlight some of the recent progress we've made in improving service reliability. We continue to refine and improve our approaches and tools for data analysis and scheduling. We have established multidisciplinary working committees focusing on planning and route management, infrastructure, and technology to better pinpoint and diagnose issues and take action. One example is shown on the screen, where we are targeting changes in the early part of our afternoon peak period, such as around school dismissal times. For the routes where we have adjusted schedules this past January, these changes have resulted in a dramatic improvement in on-time performance compared to previous months, as shown in the yellow highlight on the graph. This helps to keep our service reliable through the entire afternoon rush hour by making sure that service starts off on the right foot. Complementing this is our continuing efforts to improve operator engagement and route management in terms of on-time performance, and we are exploring tactics to improve reliability during construction, which does affect service quite a bit, and I think we had some deputants who mentioned some of the challenges we've had on streetcar, and this will help us to make sure that vehicles are more evenly spaced, even if schedules are affected by delays. Next slide. Finally, I want to touch on some of our upcoming service improvements. This includes overnight service improvements by adjusting schedules on all of our overnight services through the rest of the year to improve on-time performance, which is even more important when routes are running less frequently in the overnight period. This will be complemented by improved frequency on some corridors, starting with Finch, Wilson, and Jane seeing more frequent service in mid-May. We will also start reviewing schedules to provide better transition between overnight service and daytime service to eliminate gaps and overlaps in our service. We'll also be making some service improvements with new service to the Stanley Green neighborhood in Dansby Park, extending express service on Markham Road to Steeles Avenue in May, and further improvements to our seasonal service offerings through May and June. We'll continue to improve our off-peak schedules to improve on-time performance, while looking at routes in major shopping areas where we know more space is required when customers are on our vehicles with shopping bags and carts. Lastly, the question is, on next slide, where do we go from here? As I mentioned earlier, we have 10 opportunities to adjust service every year, and we will continue to use every opportunity to respond to what we see in terms of changes in ridership and as new information arises. We will continue to plan based on our core principles and the service standards, and we will reallocate and reinvest based on the best information we have after this spring and make further changes this fall. Finally, we look forward to continuing conversations with our customers, communities, and frontline staff on how to improve transit in Toronto. First, we will present our 2023 annual service plan to the TTC board in April of 2023. Meanwhile, we will continue the 5-year service plan development process, which will define how we move forward from 2023, including the launch of our 2024 annual service plan process later this spring. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lawrence. Now, let's move to questions. Anyone have questions for Lawrence? Councillor Ainsley. And anyone else, so just so I can keep a list, I don't see any other hands. So go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, thank you. Lawrence, can you clarify for me, sorry, you just showed the one slide where, can you show that again, the one slide where you have the routes affected in red, where they're having their service reduced.
Bring that up.
And the reason why I'm asking that is so on social media, there is a slide circulating about TTC changes, service changes in Scarborough, and it lists in Scarborough 2, 3, 4, 5. So it lists 10 routes in Scarborough in this slide that's circulating around on social media. It lists 10 different routes. And you've got in red 4 routes.
So through the chair, there are some
For
overlapping.
service adjustments. So what's the difference?
So through the chair, there are some routes that are overlapping on this, including especially on the Eglinton East and Kingston Road corridors. Some of the routes that have also had changes in wait times are the ones that we see highlighted in the yellow, which are related to service reliability changes. So typically when we have to, in general, it is to add more time into our schedules to make sure that we're accounting for delays on the route. If we do not add buses to those routes to account for that, there is a longer wait that results in terms of the change in frequency. However, knowing that we're delivering a more reliable service, that means that we will hopefully have buses arriving at the times that we are advertising. The other change that is on here is related to the 905 Eglinton East Express. There is a change in wait times related to that bus because we are actually converting service on that route from our standard length buses to our articulated buses, our 18-meter ones. And with all of our articulated bus changes, that has resulted in a change in wait times as well because the buses have a higher capacity.
Okay. And then, so my apologies, Lawrence, I'm just looking at this chart again. So the 905 Eglinton Avenue East Express. So according to this chart, we're making changes Monday to Friday, afternoon peak. And then they have another line Sunday. We're making another change Sunday, holiday mornings. And then another change Sunday, holiday afternoon. So they've broken 905, for example, we're making 3 different changes. So they've listed it on 3 different lines, where I guess on your chart, you just have 1 red line.
Correct. And through the chair, in this situation would be the yellow line you see in the background because we from a service level perspective, we are looking at it from the change to articulated buses, which is why you're seeing the extended wait times.
So for the 905 Eglinton Avenue East Express, where they list Monday to Friday, afternoon peak, Sunday after holiday morning, Sunday holiday afternoon, which one of those 3 is the articulated bus?
Through the chair, we'll be operating with articulated buses at all times. All times of the day, so all those periods that are shown.
I asked about the red line, and you said, well, it also includes the yellow line, but they have 3 different lines where they have a current frequency for each one, the planned frequency, which is increasing for all 3. But you're saying we're actually operating articulated buses, so they'll carry more people but less frequent.
Through the chair, that is correct, and it is also tied with some changes to the schedules to operate a more reliable service.
Okay, and the reason for the articulated buses running less often?
Through the chair, that is correct. With any time we convert a route from our standard length buses to our articulated buses, there is typically a change in the frequency of service, which reflects the higher capacity of the buses.
Okay, so what you're saying is you can carry more people on the 905, but with less buses.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. One more question. Councillor Ainsley? Pardon me, Holiday?
Thank you. Can we just go over part of the answer to, I think it was Councillor Ainsley's question. I'm trying to understand the relationship between a service reliability improvement and a longer wait time. So the chart has some routes that indicate both of those in little radio buttons. Can you explain that to me? How can there be a reliability improvement yet a longer wait time?
Through the chair, in terms of the frequency of buses and any type of vehicle on transit, it's an equation related to how long it takes for that bus to make a round trip.
Right.
So if there is increased travel times because of delays or variability on a route, which is the case on a lot of our mixed traffic routes, let's say it went from 100 minutes to do a round trip to 110. If we had 5 buses on that route before, it would be a 20-minute between buses before, but because now it takes 10 more minutes to complete that round trip, it would make it now a 22-minute wait for that bus. Because we didn't, the ridership did not justify adding an additional bus because we weren't losing that much capacity in that change.
So at the heart of this, though, is a concern that, you've taken buses off routes, right? So how many of these, I guess there's 37 routes, how many of them actually have a bus that's been removed? And if you don't have an exact number, it's okay. I mean, is it most, half, some?
Through the chair, most of the ones related to the service level alignment to ridership, those are buses being removed from service.
Okay, how do I know which ones those are?
So those are ones which are related to the buttons where you see the service level adjustment.
So if it says longer wait time for customers, that's most likely because you took a bus off.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Now, the buses off, do they equate buses on? Because some of them there are same or shorter wait time for customers.
Through the chair, where the service reliability or the schedule change resulted in an increase that reduced the capacity where it no longer meets our service standards, that is when it triggers the adding of a bus.
Is it roughly in balance, or are we net down some buses? I would presume the latter.
Through the chair, we are roughly 50 buses lower than we were in the March board period.
Okay. And then how does all of this compare to the background of growing congestion in the city with changing auto patterns? Because we know that those are growing. Does that factor into this, or is this all theoretical?
Through the chair, our service reliability initiatives, they are all based on real-world data we are collecting from our CAD AVL system. And with the data we're collecting there, we are recommending new run times, new schedules for these routes. And that would reflect the changing traffic patterns we're seeing right now post-pandemic.
Okay, my last question might be required to be taken by someone different, but maybe you've got the answer. Do we know, with the implementation of these changes and the granularity that you've brought them to us, do we know how many riders we will lose? Can we estimate that? I think it goes to the idea of elasticity, but I'm not quite sure.
So through the chair, as part of these budget adjustments, we did account for about $3 million of lost revenue. I don't have it actually tip of my fingers on how many rides that would be, but it was based on elasticity about 0.5%.
So $3.5 million of lost revenue, is that related only to the service changes, or is that related to the service changes and everything else all at once? Because I know that we've changed fares, there's some, there may be some perceptions about safety, there's lots of things going on that would affect people's choice. Do we know if that $3 million is just this on the item before us, or everything together?
So it was on this item before us through the chair. So that was where we made the adjustment. When we then had the fare increase, we considered that as well.
Okay.
Felt that it would be an all-inclusive number.
So $3 million on a background of how much revenue? Is that $3 million a day?
No, that was $3 million total for the year lost.
$3 million in a year compared to, and forgive me, I should know it off the tip of my tongue, but what's the total revenue that would be weighed against?
So that was on $958 million revenue.
So on $958 million, we sense that this will result in a $3.5 million loss of revenue. And presumably, there will be some people out there that will make different choices because of the schedule before us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on. Councillor Moise, you're up.
Thank you. I had a few questions in my head, and my head's now emptied out. So it shows here that there will be reduction in line 2 services to 67% in the late evening. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. Change from roughly a train every 4 to 5 minutes to a train to every 8 to 9 minutes. 7 to 8 minutes, sorry.
You know, one of the things I've asked staff here in this, this table before is, what is our objective? And
people around, which may happen with a slightly longer wait time, is better because of more passive surveillance. Consequently, we've also heard people who are saying that the longer wait might make it more difficult for them to get off a vehicle and wait for the next one if they feel like they're in an unsafe situation. So I can't speak of everyone's individual experiences. However, when we're looking on a system-wide basis and how we are prioritizing the protection of our surface route networks, where we have generally on many of our routes a 10-minute or better service compared to the subway that was experiencing a 6-minute or better service, we felt that this was the right choice at this time to protect more frequent service on the bus network while we understand the changes in ridership, especially in these lower ridership periods in the late evening on the subway.
Now, one of the things that I ask myself sometimes is, when we reduce service to where we are, if there's a correlation as to more people taking Uber and Lyft and taxis as a result of us cutting our service, do we have any data to show that at all? Is there a correlation out there somewhere? We know that there's more people in their cars, but are other people using alternatives, modes of travel, due to us constantly cutting our TTC service?
Through the chair, we are looking at that. This board asks us to investigate the impact of Uber on our ridership. So this will be something that we incorporate as part of our longer work for the 5-year service plan.
Okay, I'll pause there for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I don't have any other questions listed, so can we move to speakers? Anyone want to speak on this topic? Seeing no hands up. You do? Okay, go ahead, please.
Again, I keep repeating myself here. I just feel that, it feels like it's a race to the bottom, in that, we're cutting service constantly. This is my 3rd meeting at this board, and we talk about fare increases and reducing service. And here we are today talking about reducing service in Scarborough. And we know that Scarborough in itself, I'm from downtown Toronto. I live 5 minutes away from this building. So getting here for me is not a problem, and getting around downtown is not a problem for me. But I know that people who live on the periphery, like Scarborough, they have issue when it comes to transit and getting around the city. And it really, I feel for the people in Scarborough who seems to be always getting the brunt of service cuts. And I know my colleague, Councillor Myers, was here earlier to talk about that and how he feels about that. We had a few conversations just this morning about it. And so, I feel, I'm going to say helpless at this point, because, as I express my dismay, these things continue to happen. So I know it's a chicken and egg situation. We need more ridership, we need more revenue. But I feel that the way that we're trying to do that is in the wrong direction. So anyways, I will have to vote against this this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep, thank you. I just want to speak briefly.
I see you, Councillor Ainsley. You'll be next.
I'm looking around the room.
Thank you.
There's not a single person smiling. Not a single person is smiling about this report. I'm not smiling. But there's been this narrative out there about this. And, you know, it's true. There are lesser services in certain places. There's some pluses, that's good. But nobody wants to address the fact that the ridership is hopefully projected to be 75% of what it was pre-pandemic. And I remember in the budget meeting, I asked, you know, like, when's the last time we saw ridership at the level it's now? And it was the 1980s was the answer I got back. I was thinking if we had a DeLorean on the fleet, we could go back in time. But it's part of the job of the board, I would put to the board, you know, to make these difficult decisions. And in fact, the decision's been made. We're getting some of the details here on how it works out. But I want people to come away from it that it brings no joy to see these reports come forward. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to maintain a sustainable system that takes into account that the ridership and the revenue is not coming in. And so you have few choices. And we went through it in the budget, and I won't relitigate that, but you can raise the price or you can make movements on the service. And it's a very, very detailed report, and there's a lot of variables in it, and I commend the staff for their work, and I commend them to continue that work, to continue to fine-tune it as best as they can. But it is a difficult scenario, but we just can't forget that we're sustaining services in the 90%, even though the ridership is in the high 60s right now. And that's something that nobody wants to repeat out loud. And I think it has to be said that a lot of work is being done to try to continue the system with a very high standard that people were accustomed to, despite the fact that those riders aren't there right now. And I do get concerned about the rhetoric about a death spiral. It's, you know, it sounds scary. It's a dark, scary meaning, you know, out of a sci-fi movie. I don't think anybody wants that. And I took some comfort in the response that the impact is $3.5 million on $958 million in terms of revenue per year. It's not something to ignore or think doesn't exist, but there is some proportionality there that I think the board, the commission should take some comfort in. So I will support the report, but I don't think, as I said, anyone is smiling about it in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So being a city councillor from Scarborough, where a lot of these cuts are taking place, and I will readily admit, when we first looked at these cuts and what it was going to do to the routes, I didn't see a huge impact. And I speak as somebody that regularly takes the TTC, takes the GO train. I spend a lot of time on public transit. And, you know, but as I talk to more and more people in my ward and throughout Scarborough, you know, maybe, you know, I readily admit I'm 56 years old, and maybe I've been able to master my schedule, and I'm fortunate to have a job that has flexible hours, and I can arrange my own meetings. And I'm not a student going to the University of Toronto Scarborough that has to be at a lecture at 8:30 in the morning. And the difference between getting a standard size bus for them on the 905 route that runs more often, and the other choices being given to them, or what's the only option for them, is taking a larger articulated bus that runs not as often, which, you know, means they get up earlier in the morning to take a subway to get to Kennedy, to get to an express bus. An express bus is actually going to run less often, but with larger buses. Well, that might help students not complaining anymore about overcrowding, but it means that students are getting up earlier, going to class probably late. At the end of the day, they're leaving probably later than they should be to try and get to a part-time job. So there's a domino effect there for students. And the 905 bus, as not only a TTC commissioner now, but as a city councillor, I fought adamantly to get that bus there because that bus route is one of the busiest bus routes in the city of Toronto. It's why we put red lanes on Eglinton, Kingston Road, and Morningside during the pandemic. And I look at the number of routes that, we're, causing changes to. And, I have in my ward, I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas. Those people depend on buses. The majority of the buses routes we're talking about today, through those neighborhood improvement areas are having cuts in one way or another to their service. Even if you want to say it's a larger bus, it's an articulated bus, to those residents that are working 2, 3 part-time jobs, trying to go to school, get their kids to school, that's a service cut for them. And at the same time, we're raising fares for many of those people. So, it's not beneficial to them. I've heard it loud and clear from many of my residents that what we're trying to do, while we think, we're improving the TTC in the long run, in the short run, we're making it very difficult for a lot of people. So I won't be supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers before we move to the vote? I don't see any hands up, so let's move to the vote. And the resolution is to accept the recommendation presented in the report. So all those in, yes?
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote, sure. Are you ready for that? Yep. Okay, all in favor?
No, sorry.
No? You need to,
Yep. Commissioner Ainsley,
oh, right.
Opposed?
Vice Chair De Laurentiis,
In favor?
Commissioner Holiday,
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo. In favor. Commissioner Lalonde,
In favor.
Commissioner Mantis,
Opposed?
Commissioner Moyes, Commissioner Osborne.
In favor?
Motion carries. The vote is 5-3 in favor.
Thank you. We'll move to item 7, and this item was held by Councillor Ainsley. I don't believe we have any presentation by staff, right, Chrisanne? So I think we can move to any points, Councillor Ainsley, you wanted to make on this item? You're on mute.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I am just getting back to my agenda. Sorry, looking for it. So specifically, I guess I wanted to ask staff about the first item was the Scarborough subway extension, and the goal, I guess, is ultimately to be running buses on the former SRT right-of-way up to the Scarborough Town Center, and then running buses back on McCowan, is my understanding. But I also understand that currently this route's not funded. We're awaiting funding from the provincial government. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. We're still waiting. It's a part of the ongoing discussions between Toronto and the province with respect to the agreement in principle.
Okay, and so what's our plan B if we don't get the funding? Do we just keep running buses on the standard, McCowan Avenue, Bellamy Road? What's plan B?
Through the chair.
Because the SRT is supposed to close down in Q4 of this year, I believe.
Through the chair, Eric Chu, can you speak to the plan, the plan that's in place? Thank you.
Through the chair, we're actually starting with Plan B, in that when the SRT closes by Q4 this year, the buses would have to operate on street, even if the busway was fully funded, because it would take a period of time for that busway construction to complete. And so that first scenario where buses are operating on street, they would operate between Scarborough Centre Station and Kennedy Station via Midland southbound to get between Scarborough Centre to go to Kennedy, and then returning to Scarborough Centre from Kennedy via Kennedy.
All right, and so Midland and Kennedy, it would be, are we doing express lanes or planning on express lanes, or is it just going to be the streetscape that's there now?
Through the chair, we are pursuing transit priority measures that include dedicated bus lanes. The design that we're proposing would be similar to the experience that we have on Eglinton East Rapid-TO.
So sorry, Eric, red lanes or?
Red painted lanes, similar to Eglinton East Rapid-TO.
Okay, and sorry, that would be on Midland and Kennedy?
For Midland and Kennedy and parts of Ellesmere as well.
Okay. And so, sorry, where on Ellesmere?
If I remember, it would be broadly be between Kennedy and Midland, that section going eastbound. And then there might be a small section going westbound on that part of Ellesmere where it would also be suitable.
Okay. And then, sorry, go ahead.
And through the chair, a more detailed description of this will be presented to City Council in their May meeting for approval.
Okay. And then my next question, I guess, has to do, I don't know if it's an Eric question as well. The Durham BRT from the Scarborough Town Center to Oshawa, where things stand with Metrolinx on that.
Through the chair, that is a Metrolinx-led project that they are only recently re-engaging us on to help refine the design that they've been developing, the 30% design that they presented last year. And I think towards the end of this year will be the next milestone for them to come up with more options for how they're addressing remaining questions about how the design would function.
Okay, but is it currently unfunded? Like, I know they had money for their for their environmental assessment.
Through the chair, as far as my understanding is, it is not fully funded yet.
Okay, all right, and okay, that's it for me. Those are my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can move to, I need a motion to adopt the report. Oh, sorry, I'm missing a step here. I guess I'm just too eager to move us through the agenda. Speakers.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to, sorry, it's Councillor Ainsley. I'm more than happy to move the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. We don't need a second. So all in favor? I see a unanimous set of hands, so we'll move to item 9, and we have a deputant. Chris-Anne, do you want to turn that on for us?
Sure, Madam Vice Chair. We're just waiting for the deputant to join. Our deputant is Alan Yule.
Shall we move to, maybe we'll move to the next item? Yeah, we were just holding that for the speaker, so we'll move to item.
It's the same speaker.
Alan, are you there? He's not here. Okay, we've lost Alan, so let's just keep moving and we can always come back, yeah? Okay, that takes us down to item 12. And we don't have any presentations, so we'll just start with questions. Any members of the board have questions? Councillor Ainsley, we're on item 12, procurement authorization.
Through you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to, I guess the appropriate TTC staff. So this is for 88 cargo vans. I'm trying to understand if there's any interaction with the City of Toronto Fleet Services to leverage buying power so we could get a better price on these vans.
Who's going to take that for us?
Through the chair, we meet regularly with the city to review fleet requirements. On this particular procurement, I'm not sure if we touch base with them on this one, but we do meet regularly with other procurement items.
Okay, but I guess I'm not asking about other procurement items. I'm asking about purchasing 88 cargo vans.
To my knowledge.
Why would we?
Sorry?
Sorry?
Through the chair, sorry, I don't believe we touch base with them on this one.
So, through the chair, if I may, we use every opportunity. I mean, I can't confirm this one, but can provide that information to you subsequently, but we use every opportunity that we can to leverage all City of Toronto contracts where there are opportunities to do joint purchasing or take advantage of procurements that they've awarded. So in this case, it does not indicate that we have. However, so I believe that the issue here was that this was more unique to the TTC's requirements.
Okay, and sorry, so for 88 cargo, for the vans, what makes them specific to TTC requirements that you wouldn't contact Fleet Services at the City of Toronto?
Through the chair, I don't believe there's any special requirements that TTC is different than the city, so we would have to take that back with the city and see if they would like to do a joint procurement on this item.
Okay, and I guess to the general manager, do we have a policy on items, purchasing items this large amount, $7 million? Do we have a policy that staff have to follow to go back to the City of Toronto to leverage buying power?
So through the chair, no, we do not have a policy, but we have a very close relationship with the City of Toronto on all procurements. We utilize them for IT, software, purchases, all kinds of purchases. Unfortunately, I can't get a hold of my procurement person, but so it is a regular ongoing practice. In this case, it has not been identified. I cannot say with certainty, but I believe that has not been identified, then there wasn't an opportunity to leverage an existing contract at the City of Toronto.
Okay, so can we defer this item while you have those discussions with Fleet Services at the City of Toronto?
Through the chair, we can defer this. Just as an example, we went in with joint procurement on previous fleets, such as the special constable vehicles. So we do joint procurements. This one we will defer, and we'll come back to you with feedback from the city on if they require cargo vans.
Okay, all right. And sorry, I'm just, I guess my last question, Madam Chair, and I don't, so at City Hall, I chaired the General Government Licensing Committee, which involved Fleet Services. One of the things that we also looked at doing for purchases like this, or there are companies that do fleet share, they do commercial fleet share, so you're not actually purchasing the vehicle, you're more or less renting it as an ad-needed use when it goes off the lot. Have we ever looked at doing anything like that with our, in this instance, cargo vans?
Sorry, through the chair, can you just repeat the question?
Yeah, so we've had interactions at the city before with companies, enterprise, large rental companies. They will rent fleets of cargo vans, for example, and you only pay for them as you use them. and multiple employees can have the keys to the van. So it's actually cut down on the size of the fleet that we've actually needed. We don't have vehicles sitting in an underground parking lot or a works yard waiting for people to use them. Have we ever looked at something like that with our cargo van fleet?
So we do rent cargo vans. It is to supplement our fleet. We went through an Auditor General audit not so long ago. It was recommended that we review that practice and potentially reduce the number of rentals that we have on hand.
Okay. And sorry, in our fleet, how many cargo vans do we have in total?
I believe it's around 183 units.
183 vans? Yeah. Okay. And then
it's about 29% of our non-revenue fleet.
29%?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At any event, we're going to defer this item, but were there any other questions? Go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to be real clear. Is somebody placing a motion to defer?
Councillor.
It's Councillor Ainsley. I'll move a motion to defer to the April meeting.
So if we need to go on camera, somebody let me know, but I want to be really comfortable because this says authorize a contract. Are we okay to defer it without a problem?
Hi, this is Renata Wojtaszko, Director of Capital Procurement. Apologies, I was having some connection issues. I'm here to answer the question regarding leveraging procurements with the city. And
I'll get to that in a sec. If we can just, if it's okay, I'll get to that in a sec. I want to be really clear. If this board moves to defer consideration of this item, do we have any problems? Because I noticed that it is an authorization of a contract. And if we have to go in camera, I'll find the time to do that. It's a big question. It's $77.8 million.
So through the chair, if I may just ask our representative from PCM, Renata, what's the expiry date on the bid?
The validity expires today. Unfortunately, we've been trying to, due to the timelines, to order the vehicle, and we've had to extend this validity due to the value and scheduling with the board. So potentially deferring this approval, we would have to request that the validity be extended, and it could potentially result in further increases to the prices and delays to placing the order.
Again, if we have to go in camera, let me know, and if you can't answer the question in public, that's fine. But if we were not to accept a bid, are we into a problem? And it's a fair answer to tell me you can't do it in public. I understand that.
So through the chair, potentially yes.
Okay.
A deferral is one issue. Not accepting a bid would be another.
Understood. Okay. So my follow-on question is back to the answer I think you were preparing. Can you tell me a little bit about the internal process? Sorry, I casually call it the yellow brick road. This is the last stop. But there's lots of stops along the way inside the staff. So there's a business case, there's certain approvals. Can someone tell me if someone signed off that consideration was given to working with the city and a choice was made to go this route? Again, if we need to pause or go on camera, I'm okay with that. I'd feel more comfortable if somebody told me that that was considered.
What, if I might make a suggestion, why don't we put all the questions on the table, because we can go back to another item.
Okay.
It would give the staff a bit of a couple of minutes to kind of think through the questions. So are there other questions? And I would ask the staff, are any of the questions that have been posed so far not clear? Do you want them repeated so they're really clear and you can think about them?
No, thank you.
They're clear. And are there any others then that should, Julie, did you have your hand up? Did you want to put a question on the table?
My only question, I think, was the same, is if we are actually too far down the road to pull the pin on this, then we should just say it's too late and we'll fix it next time. If we have an option and we should look at it, then obviously we should look at it. But I think if it's too late, we need to accept that fact and drive on.
Move on, okay. So we're going to move back to item 9, but in the meantime, those staff members, if you need to confer, please do, and then we'll come back to this item. Thank you, Councillor Halliday, for raising that very important question. So back to item 9, and I think we have Alan our deputant on the line.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Alan Ewell, please go ahead.
There, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay, next slide, please. This report wants you to approve property licenses for 9 parking lots serving 3 stations. Next slide, please. This report also wants you to direct staff to develop a strategy for customer car parking and report back to the board on outcomes and recommendations in 2023. I hope to save you some time here. Next slide, please. TTC parking lots run by the Toronto Parking Authority, or Greenpeace. I expect they get the majority of the money. I couldn't find it in the reports that TTC currently has. Next slide, please. What makes a TTC parking lot? Wellesley Station's entrance is the closest to any Greenpeace parking lot, but it's not a TTC lot, it's a Greenpeace lot. Next slide, please. The Toronto Parking Authority makes money. The TTC does not. You won't allow us. Next slide. In 2021, the TPA made $19.7 million for the city. This report wants the TTC to subsidize TPA so they can make even more money. Next, please. This report says that 18% of the lot users are from Peel Region. Next slide. Most of this data is from way before this happened. Next slide, please. This is a 14-bay bus terminal. There's 10 MyWay bus space platforms and 4 GO. Plus, it has direct connection to TTC GO, or sorry, the Kipling GO station. It's huge. Next slide, please. This new combined Kipling Transit Complex now has 30 bus bays, counting TTC, MyWay, and GO, 2 subway tracks, and 3 GO train tracks for future expansion of the GO network. Next slide, please. This transit hub is likely to decrease the number of Peel Region drivers using 6 of these 9 parking lots in this report. Next slide, please. Maintaining these lots as parking lots is a lose-lose for us. TTC will be blamed for the impending increase in parking fees to come this year. Next slide, please. This report says that 4% of our subway riders use these lots. It's probably closer to 2% when you factor in paid ride shares and taxis. Next slide, please. So as board members, this report wants you to spend $7.5 million a year for these parking lots. Is just only 2% of TTC subway riders. Next slide, please. 27% are from the City of Toronto. So as city councillors, this report wants you to spend $7.5 million. Only 27% of that 2% are Toronto residents, or 0.0054% of Toronto taxpayers that take the subway. Next slide, please. Fortunately, this contract has an escape clause. I'm asking you to defer this report until May 8th. Next slide, please. During the next 2 months, the TTC staff can talk to the city and TPA to see if they want to take authority for this parking lot, or these parking lots. That's their job. Next slide, please. The TTC's primary responsibility is to run buses, subway, streetcars, and maybe someday eventually LRTs, hopefully. We're not parking lot operators. Next slide, please. If the TPA wants these lots, great. If not, we can check with York Region if they want the Finch lots. Next slide, please. If the TPA and or York Region don't want these lots, then this contract should be canceled. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Any questions on the document, on the recommendations? Councillor Ainsley, you have a question? Please go ahead.
Yep, thank you. So I'm trying to understand from the report, when I read through it, my understanding is to proceed with the lease renewals even though, sorry, my apologies, Madam Chair. So the advice of staff is to proceed with the lease renewals on these parking lots, even though we're going to see roughly $2 million a year less revenue than what we're paying in the leases. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yes, so we are, sorry, continue.
Yep, sorry, go ahead.
And we are, in the interim, we're also looking at a parking strategy and study that's going to really do a deep dive as to what's happening with our parking lots, who's using our parking lots, as well as where are people coming from. And then we'll come back to this board with that analysis for this board to make a further decision on where we go with our parking lots.
Okay, so just purely as a matter of dollars, so we're short $2 million a year in revenue, as opposed to what we're paying for these leases for, and it's a 5-year contract. So we're $10 more, less. So we're $10 in the hole, basically, $10 million.
Correct, that's correct, through the chair.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any ability to try and recoup the $10 million by increasing the parking fees on the lots?
Well, through the chair, part of what the strategy, the parking lot strategy, is going to look at comprehensively all of those aspects. It's going to look at what the user fees. It will look at efficiencies, what lots we need to continue with. It will comprehensively deal with all those aspects.
Could that not have been done before we re-signed these leases?
Through the chair, no.
Like $10 million, for me as a city councillor, $10 million is a lot of money to be paying out when we're trying to increase ridership, deal with security, to pay $10 million out on parking lots that might not even be fully used because I have no idea.
Through the chair, what we want to do is to ensure that we continue with customer experience so people can continue to use our parking lots. And in the interim, we are going to present to this board a comprehensive parking analysis that's not only going to tell us who's using our lots based on modeling analysis, but also have conversations with our customers about, whether or not this is something that they want us to continue with. So, as well as look at the pricing model that we have for these lots. So we're gonna come back to you and really give you our recommendations on how to proceed. But we did not have enough time to be able to do that. So our recommendation is to continue with the strategy we have today, and we'll come back to this board with recommendations on how to proceed in the future.
Okay, I have a few more hands up. Councillor Ainsley, are you done for now?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Halliday, you had your name up next, and then I see Lalonde.
Yeah, this is to speak, though. I just.
Oh, you
wanted
to speak,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So, Commissioner Lalonde, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I noticed that the contract is for a period beginning January 1, 2022. So we're already more than a year into the new contract. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is there any out clause in the new contract that would allow us to exit before December 31, 2026?
I believe so, and it's my understanding that the negotiations for this lease, we're not actually responsible for those negotiations, the city is. And so it's my understanding that they're still attempting to see if we can get even a better deal than what we have identified in this report. So this is the worst case that we can present to you.
And my last question is, do we know whether there are any alternative uses for these properties other than parking? I presume someone else could operate them as parking lots, but you can't develop these. So is there anything else you can do with them besides put cars on them?
That's my understanding. It can be used for a parking lot or a trail. I don't have the city representative here right now who could speak to more in detail. Maybe there is other highest and best use for the land, but it's my understanding it's just parking and trails.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak when there's an opportunity for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think I don't see any hands up for any further questions, so we can go to speakers. Councillor Halliday, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a bit surprised at sort of questioning the wisdom of these lots. I don't know if anyone's been by one, but I went by the Kipling one this morning, and it was almost full. It's 1,200 spaces, and it's 1,200 spaces under hydro lines. So those are 1,200 cars that I'm pretty sure would just keep driving into the city if they didn't have a place to park and engage into the subway. I mean, these are really well-used assets. In fact, before the pandemic, you know, there was sort of a running joke, right? It was like the early bird gets the worm, because the lots would be filled, you know, like 7:30 in the morning. And if you got there at that point, you were done. You had to go figure something out for parking or turn back and take the bus from home. And I know lots of people that use them from even outside of the city. And this is all part of the complex journey and the complex decision-making that people make when they choose to ride public transit. Maybe it's not in a purist way from point A to point B, but it's part of their trip. So I'm worrisome of any dialogue that suggests that these aren't good or helpful. I mean, as I said, the one that I know is Kipling, 1,200 spaces. There's 1,200 cars that are not on the road during peak times that, you know, people are enjoying that lot, making use of it and using public transit. So, you know, should we be continuing to look at these and making sure they're efficient and used wisely and the resources? Absolutely. But any suggestion that, you know, they are not useful elements of the system, I think is wrong. And I think anyone should just go by and have a look at how busy they are. And you will be reminded about how important they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Commissioner Lalonde.
Yeah, I'd support deferring this item until we have the full strategy articulated by staff. This is a doubling of the cost of these spaces. And, you know, we don't really know whether the public that use these spaces will be willing to double their fees for using them. I don't disagree with Councillor Holliday's view that these are important, but we're more than a year into the new contract period. So clearly this has not been a hugely pressing item for the owners of the property. Seems to me that we should be able to afford to hold this off another month or two to give staff a chance to give us the full strategy as to how we'd use this. So I would support that deferral.
Thank you, Councillor. I think there was a kind of a similar question inherent in Commissioner Lalonde's point. The last one is that, do we have an option to defer? Angela, you said it was the city that signs these, but is there a deadline for us to sign now, or is 2 months deferral okay? Or does that put us in legal jeopardy?
I don't know, sorry, Michael?
So since we continue to use the lots, I would assume that you're on the hook from 2022 to at least now. So whether you defer or not, you are probably obligated to pay because you've used the lots and generated revenue off of the Honey lands. There is a 6-month termination provision, so you could sign now and then terminate in 6 months' notice in order if the strategy has some different alternative. So that's the way it's been designed and negotiated by the city.
So there is flexibility in there. So if we were to delay for 2 months, Michael, that the approval here at the board, would that, it just delays that signature?
I think the recommendation would be to continue with the recommendation, award the contract, and if you want out, you use the 6-month option. Because right now you are on lands in which you aren't agreeing to what Honey's offering, but you know what Honey's offering, and therefore you're kind of obligating yourself in the exact same way as if you had entered into the agreement.
Okay, so if I understand that, we're already in the contract, so we might as well assign, and that still gives us 6 months from whenever the more detailed reports comes back to this board to say, okay, we cancel them. Of course, understanding that then we put all of those people who are using those parking lots, we're going to have more people mad at us, I suspect, than we have already, but I'm editorializing here a little bit.
That's the way the negotiations were designed, is to enter into the contract and then opt out on the 6-month notice.
Okay. Commissioner Lalonde, does that information just change what you were saying, or shall we continue as you?
Thank you, Chair. It helps. I wasn't aware of the 6-month out clause. So worst case, if we come back with a different strategy in a month or 2 months, we can exercise that out clause. I'd have to say, I think this is bad form to be bringing a contract that's over a year overdue on a subject that we're not sure what our strategy is. So I think we could have done better on this file. But given the 6-month out clause, I'm willing to support the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? I did have one comment. Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Councillor Ainsley.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah, sorry, was that you were about to speak, Madam Chair? It's hard to see the room virtually.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. I was asking for more speakers, so if you want to speak, I had a comment to make, but I will wait until all commissioners have had their say. So you have precedent. Go ahead.
Yes, please. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for interrupting you as well. So the long and the short of it, I'm not going to be supporting this contract renewal. I have a lot of difficulty, as Commissioner Lalonde said, with we're voting on something that's already a year, has been in the process of being used for a year. I think that's very bad business. That's a very bad business practice to be undertaking. And then, based on the last item that we did, where we're reducing TTC routes across the city, reducing routes, making people, they have to wait longer for subways, buses, streetcars, whatever mode of TTC transit they're paying for. A lot of people across the city are going to wait longer for their transit. We're increasing fares for people. And then we're about to approve a contract for parking lots for 5 years to allow our staff to undergo a study to see if they can be better used. And in the meantime, we're gonna lose $10 million. There's $10 million more money going out the door on these parking lots than we're taking in. And you can also, I'll point to the pie chart in this report, place of residence of station car park users, which is on page 5 of 6. And it basically says that 73% of the people using these parking lots don't reside in the city of Toronto. So they're benefiting from our inability to maximize the value that we would charge them to use these parking lots. And they don't even live in the city of Toronto, according to this chart. And when we talk about usage of parking, I'll use the Scarborough example again. The Kennedy subway station is soon not to have any parking around it. We've greatly reduced parking at Warden and Victoria Park for people that were parking there. And I've seen the stats and I've seen the reports. When you need to drive to the subway and there's no longer parking at the subway, not all, but the vast majority of people driving actually get on a bus, or they take the bus to get to the subway, to get to wherever they're going, wherever they need to be. So, while I feel bad for these people that are coming from outside the city of Toronto to use these lots, it's the taxpayers here in the city of Toronto that are going to be out of pocket $10 million, while at the same time I'm asking them to wait longer for their bus and to pay more once they get on that bus. So I have no qualms whatsoever about not voting for this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, Councillor. Any other comments? Not seeing any. I just wanted to make one comment here. You know, there are a number of issues that were brought forward today by the management team, and I think on the surface they appear to be, you know, odd or things have been missed. I think we do need to keep in mind the fact that we are still recovering from COVID. Well, we're still going through that exercise that has really created a different set of circumstances for the TTC, for the management team, indeed for elements of our operations that couldn't possibly have been foreseen a year ago, 2 years ago. And so as the staff and the management team come to terms with some of these issues, that as they review them, they're going to find things that, with great foresight, they might have started their analysis way ahead of time. But that would not have been possible. That would have taken a crystal ball, which I think it's fair to say that they just don't have. So I think we just need to keep that in mind, that some of these elements that are being brought forward are catching up as a result of that. The other point I would make is that, as we've learned today, and we learn in many of these issues, we are not wholly, the TTC is not wholly responsible, or indeed does not have the reins, all of the reins within their grasp on an issue. They often share responsibility or accountability with other parties, the city, various other departments. And so, again, we need to, and often we will make a judgment or make a comment based on thinking that they have all of the pieces and they own all of the pieces. They don't. And so some of these decisions, some of these issues are a result of the fact that they're trying to draw those strings together. So I just wanted to remind us of that as a board, that we do need to appreciate that and understand that, and provide the support and the flexibility to our management team that they need, so that they can bring to us the best information and the best recommendations to allow us to exercise our fiduciary duty as a board. So let me stop there, and I think now we go to, Chris Ann, remind me, do we consider the recommendation on this item that's been brought forward by the board, or do we have a motion that we need to consider first?
Vice Chair, Commissioner Ainsley is putting forward a deferral motion. So I'll put that up on screen.
Would you like to speak to it, Commissioner Ainsley?
Yes, please. And just to be, so the last 3 terms, Madam Chair, I've chaired at the City Hall, the General Government and Licensing Committee. One of the areas that I had responsibility for was fleet services. One of the things that we prided ourselves on at the City of Toronto is getting the best value for our tax dollar, for everybody's tax dollars. And we've had a comprehensive process across a number of areas. Ms. Levita mentioned one of them, IT, as we try to get the best value. And fleet services is another one of those. I think when we have 88 cargo vans that we're looking at purchasing, they don't seem to have, don't seem to be any type of customized cargo van, but just as a matter of reference, while we were doing the last item, I went to the Ford website across multiple dealerships. The value.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor, but I think we're on the wrong item.
Am I giving the wrong speech?
Yes.
So we're on.
But it was the best speech I've ever given.
Best intentions, right? We are on, Chris Ann, we are on item.
We are on item 9.
We're on item 9, which has to do with the parking lot lease renewal. So do you want to just pause your motion?
I will pause my band.
Let's pause that motion, and let's consider then. We'll consider 9, and we'll come back to your motion, because I think we go. Yeah. All right. So.
Sorry, Councillor, just to confirm, are you still putting forward the deferral motion on item 9 as well.
On the bans?
On
No, parking lot.
parking.
No, sorry, parking lot, I'm just voting against.
Okay.
The
Okay.
bans, I'm moving a deferral motion.
All right, so we'll finish item 9. I think it's just getting too late. Does anybody have some sugar we can all, some sugar tablets we can
I have a
take?
case of cherry Coke here. I can bring it to the next meeting.
Okay, so coming back to item 9 then, what we are looking for is a vote on the recommendation of the management team, which is to, to simply approve it. It's just adopt the recommendation. So may I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Halliday. All in favor? Thank
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Okay, recorded vote. Go ahead, Chris-Anne.
Thank you. Commissioner Ainsley,
Opposed?
Vice Chair De Laurentiis,
In favor?
Commissioner Holiday,
In favor?
Commissioner Jagdeo. In favor. Commissioner Lalonde. Sorry, can you repeat that, Commissioner Lalonde, please? You're muted, I believe.
I think he said in favor.
In favor, can you just nod if you said in
Yes
favor?
or no? Which one is it?
Okay, hand, thank you. Commissioner Mantis,
In favor?
Commissioner Moyes is absent, Commissioner Osborne,
In favor?
and Chair Burnside is absent. The motion carries, the vote is 6-1 in favor.
All right, thank you, Chris-Anne. So we move back to now keep me on track here. What item are we on? Back
Item
to,
11.
or was that 12?
We're on item 11.
Item 11, but do we need to go back to
We
item?
will, yeah.
Oh, we will, so we're going to do 11 first. Okay, we're going to go to item 11, and do we have a speaker? We have a deputant? Alan Yule, are you with us? Please go ahead if you are.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, next slide, please. This report wants you to declare approximately 220 square meters of dirt as surplus to the operational needs of the TTC. Next slide, please. This usually happens when some city councilor gets a bee in their bonnet and wants TTC land to do something with. Next slide, please. Historically, these deals have heavily favored City Hall and have come at significant losses to the TTC. Next slide, please. For the record, I do not know who the city councilor wanting this project is, but I do know how fast the council will. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, this first full term that the TTC actually has a state investment plan. You have a copy of it in your attachments. This plan sets out strategic planning and management of TTC's real estate portfolio. Next slide, please. It provides a roadmap for the TTC and city partners to ensure the TTC needs are known, met, and integrated into city building initiatives. Next slide, please. In other words, city politicians cannot just continue to look at the TTC as their city building thing. Next slide, please. This report refers to the land in question as surplus property. Madam Chair, names matter. This is surplus property, referred to as leverageable land holdings. Next slide, please. During the current term of the board, this piece of the considerable leverageable land holdings will come up for debate. This was when the TTC was only 10 years old. Next slide, please. As will split of the TTC. Next slide, please. We need to make sure that the decisions regarding TTC land betters the city and enhances the TTC as well. Next slide, please. 99-year leases, land sales where the TTC can keep the profits, etc. These can help provide more money to take care of our woefully long with capital projects. Next slide, please. What it's worth, I believe this report is an equitable mix leveraging the TTC's land buildings and city building. Next slide, please. We just need to remember that as the TTC doesn't get. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Alan. Any questions on the item? Seeing none, any speakers on the item? All in favor of the motion in the report? Thank you very much. We'll move back now to item 9.
12.
Sorry, item 12. I can't count
12.
either. No, item 9, right? Can we go back, or do we
No,
need
we're-
to?
12.
Oh, we need to finish, and then we'll go back, okay.
We've already dealt with item 9.
The parking lot?
Yes.
Yes, we have, but we need, oh, sorry, yes, I'm, the cargo vans, item 12, I was confusing the two. So we're going back to item 12. Councillor Ainsley, your motion, please.
Yeah.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam
So-
Vice Chair.
Sorry, Councillor,
I'm-
sorry to interrupt, we have a point of order.
No problem.
Madam Chair, before we paused, I think the staff were going to gather some answers to questions. So before we departed from the questioning phase, I wondered if we could complete that.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. So there were a number of questions that we were going to get some responses to, so back to management. Who's going to lead us off on responding to some of them? And they had to do with the position we were in with respect to the contract.
So through the chair, I'm not sure how much of this might need to go in camera. So our understanding, so start from the beginning then. This was awarded as a competitive process as a TTC process. We do leverage opportunities where through our procurement policy indicates that those particular procurements were also done competitively. So our procurement policy requires that we leverage contracts where that particular contract award was done competitively. The City of Toronto, as I understand, the City of Toronto's contract is based on a council-approved cooperative where they have a direct supply relationship with the company that they've procured. So as we went to go and do ours, we could not leverage that because our procurement policy says it must be competitive. We did also ask whether we could use the City of Toronto agreements through the dealerships that we've awarded to, and we were told we could not.
So with that answer, Councillor Halliday, did you have a follow-up question? You had posed the key
I do
question.
not, Madam Chair, but I am going to just alert you, I'm going to scroll a motion really quickly. I think we should tackle this.
Okay.
And the motion would just be to have a future report on potential opportunities to align procurement with the City of Toronto. I think this is really important. I think Councillor Ainsley raised an important issue. I'm so cautious about how we deal with it right now. So if you can just bear with me for a moment just to get that
And
written
while you're doing that, I think the related question was, does deferral of this item, given where we are in contract negotiation, does this present any liability or any issues for the TTC?
So,
Michael, you?
subject to the board's approval, we'd prefer to deal with that in camera.
Okay.
Can I also,
Sure.
on that, I don't know if
Councillor.
it's called a point of order or not, but if the deferral was to find out if we weren't leveraging the city, it doesn't matter. We weren't able to leverage the city, so we can vote on this without all the baggage that we thought we might have relating to the process. So we've determined that the process fits the bill here. So I think we are in a situation where we no longer need to either defer personally or go in camera.
Good point, good point. Well, what's the view of the, what's the will of the board? Councillor Mantis, you have a question, so let me go to you first.
Madam Chair, if the competition was, if we were not able to basically use the companies that were in the competition with the City of Toronto, I guess Councillor Ainsley's motion would not have to be done because the fact is that we are not able to use we're not able to use those companies. But Commissioner Holliday's motion, will we still be able to, would Commissioner Holiday still be able to put his motion in?
Well, why don't we, why don't we look, shall we look and see what the motion is, and then we can just continue with the questioning? Is that, it's a bit out of the normal process, Chris-Anne, but it just may help the conversation here. Okay, so Chris-Anne is just inputting the Councillor Holiday's motion. But if we need to, if we can't resolve this, I guess what we'll have to do is go in camera and clear the room. Is there anybody in the room we have to clear? Anyway? Okay, so just give Chris-Anne a couple of more seconds.
Chair, I'd like to speak in the interim.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to make the point that, I'm satisfied with Josie's response on the procurement process to satisfy myself that, this process was appropriately handled. And so I'd be prepared to vote in favor of executing the authorization. I think I will also be supportive of Councillor Holiday's motion when it's tabled to revisit our procurement policy to allow us to take advantage of city procurements that might not fit the definition of competitive that we've identified in our existing policy.
Thank you, Commissioner. And would that be something that could be just brainstormed around the Audit Finance Committee? Ron, is that, and Josie, is that, like, that might be a good place to do it, to get a little bit of more eyes on it from the board's perspective? Or Ron, are you, you're the chair of that committee.
We could, although I think procurement is more likely a board issue than an audit committee issue, frankly.
No, fair enough, but in terms of just kind of brainstorming it and just providing the management team with just, sort of a preliminary set of questions, as it were. Not to come back with a decision out of the audit committee, but just to kind of help brainstorm it.
Sure.
Okay, so let's see the, can you put the motion up? Yes. Okay, we're going to put Councillor Holiday's motion up. There it is. Do you want to just speak to it, explain it to us?
I will, although I just caught a word. So it's request TTC staff to report to the TTC board on potential opportunities on policy, potential opportunities or policy changes, which could maximize procurement opportunities with the City of Toronto or Province of Ontario. It's very broad wording, but just to the response that we received today, that it was our own policy that may have precluded us from using other opportunities. And I will note that both the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario conduct, parallel or aligned procurement activities. So, let's see what we can do to work with it. I'm getting a nod. So hopefully that's a helpful motion, and I will leave it in the staff's hands to come back to the board with any necessary decisions on this.
Okay.
Or advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, procedurally, Chris-Anne, we've got two.
Oh, we just need to confirm it.
Two motions, so we need a.
Sorry, Madam Chair, are we in camera?
So no, we're not. We've determined that we can consider the motions.
We need
Okay.
to confirm that.
So do you want to confirm that you want your motion to go forward? Because then we'll have two motions.
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would still like my motion to go forward, please.
Okay. So in terms of order, how do we?
We have to vote on the referral first.
Referral first. Okay. So shall we put that motion up so everyone can see it again? Okay, so this is the referral motion. Councillor Ainsley has moved it. We don't need a seconder. So we just do a vote then. All in favor? Recorded vote. Let's do recorded vote.
Recorded vote on the referral, Commissioner Ainsley. Sorry, can you just put your hand up if you're in favor?
You're on mute, Councillor.
Thank you. Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
Sorry, in favor.
Sorry, point of parliamentary inquiry. I wasn't paying attention. What are we voting on?
We're voting. Commissioner Jagdeo, we're voting to refer the item back to staff for a report.
Got it. Thanks.
No problem. Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
Opposed?
Commissioner Holiday?
Opposed.
Commissioner Jagdeo?
Opposed.
Commissioner Lalonde?
Opposed.
Commissioner Mantis?
Opposed.
Commissioner Moyes?
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne?
Opposed?
Chair Burnside is absent. The referral does not carry. The vote is, right? Six opposed, 2 in favor. So it does not carry.
Okay, thank you. So we'll consider the second motion, Councillor Holiday's motions. Shall we put that up so everyone can see it? And then we'll do a recorded vote on this too?
No.
Well, we may not. Okay. Okay. So is it
I'm
up?
just trying to, just left my screen. Just give me 1 moment. Oh. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, the beauty of technology, the joys of technology.
I'll read out the motion for members and the public. Request TTC staff to report to the TTC board on potential opportunities or policy changes which could maximize procurement opportunities with the City of Toronto or Province of Ontario.
All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. And on the item, we need a vote for that. The recommendation of staff. May I have a motion, please? Julie, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you very much. So we're down to our last 2 items. Item 13. And that was held, do we have to go in camera for?
No.
Okay, so it was held by Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley.
You're okay with that, to go? This is the appointment to TTC Pension Plan Board of Directors, item 13.
Sorry, I have questions of staff. Councillor Ainsley, Commissioner Ainsley, or you can just call me Paul.
Okay, go ahead. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to understand, so the pension board appointment, is this an appointment that the board is making, or is this a nomination by the employer sponsor and the pension plan actually approves the appointment?
So through the chair, the board is made up of 5 representatives of the union and 5 representatives of the management. So the board approves and appoints the 5 management members to the board, and they must be regular members of the pension, which means they must be TTC employees. So the pension plan does not get to approve.
Are we nominating somebody, then at a pension plan board, our nominee is approved?
No, you approve the appointment to the board. The pension plan does not get a further vote to approve or not approve. So the board appoints its 5 members.
Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you. And then I'm trying to understand, I wasn't at the first board meeting on January 9th, but I did have the opportunity to go through all of the orientation material, and I didn't see any mention of the Pension Fund Society in the orientation material, like in my job description or any of the orientation materials. So I was kind of surprised when I got to the end of our agenda today to find out we were appointing somebody to a pension fund board. Is there some ways, is it possible to Mr. Leary, I don't know who it is, could we at a future board meeting, could we have a comprehensive orientation on the governance of the pension fund and an overview of its structure and funding?
Through you, Chair. We can do that, Councillor, Commissioner. We'll set that up.
Yeah.
Could I make a suggestion can you send around just a briefing note first, and then to orient us, and then we can, from that. But we'll put it on the agenda, Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm looking for is if we could have an orientation and a briefing note ahead of time would be great. So I'm trying to understand the governance of the pension fund, an overview of its structure, funding, investment policies, and a brief history of decisions by the Commission on the Pension Fund Society.
Okay, Michael.
And I guess if we could also include in that what the appointment process is as well. So I understand in a transparent way and how if it's based on merit or how the people are picked. You want that in an email, Rick? Would that be easier? Or?
No, I think we've got what we need, and by the way, it's likely that some of the questions you're asking are within the pension organization itself, as opposed to us as a board, but that can be explained in the note, in the briefing note.
Yep, that would be great. I'd just like to understand more about the pension fund. I knew there was one, but not that we made appointments to its board. So I would like to get those information on those points that I raised. Thank you.
Fair question. Okay, good. So do we need Chrisanne, do we need anything on this?
And I'll move the recommendation in the report.
Okay.
If you need a mover.
Thank you. All in favor? Excellent. Okay, we're done. So I think we now need to go in camera, if we can clear the room, because we need to go back to item 4 for a presentation. Clear the room. Has moved, and all in favor? Okay, we're going to go in camera. So now you can clear the room?
Yep.
Sorry, Rick.
Councillor Ainsley, go ahead. I think I heard you ask.
Yeah, sorry, I just said, Rick, we're waiting to go back into public. I just wanted to ask, I was trying to understand the Adelaide.
Sorry,
is it streetcar
Councillor,
track?
we're back in public.
All right, I'll send you an email, Rick.
Okay. Okay, we just considered item 4 in camera. Seeing no further speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendation, please? Councillor Jagdeo, or Commissioner Jagdeo, I've just promoted you to councillor there. Do you want to run for mayor? No, just kidding. Thank you, Commissioner. All in favor? Great, this motion is passed, and this concludes the business of the meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Mantis, thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.